Well, hello there everyone. It's me, Sultan Ali, also known as Brennan. And today we're on a live stream. We're going to be talking about just the story of my life, but summarized, so it takes nearly forever, but not as long as forever. So, the main thing that inspired me to come out and do this video is lots of other people trying to tell me about my life and tell me things that aren't true about me and my life. It's like, okay, I didn't know that I thought that. Thanks for teaching me what I didn't know that I thought in my mind, since you know better than me what I think in my own mind. There's been many rumors and misconceptions that need to be cleared up. So I'm going to basically just do like an autobiography on video, nothing scholarly or professional. This is a pretty laid back live stream. So yeah, without any further ado guys, let's get started on this. This should be interesting, y'all. So, how did it all start? You're probably wondering. That's a good question. I was born in year 2005, in October, and I am just going to be telling my story. There's some personal details I'm going to leave out, and I'm not going to say some people's names, just my name. I'm going to try and just talk about me mainly, and not give away any other people's identities. So I was born October 12, 2005 to my biological parents. Now, their relationship did not last. Sometimes things just don't work out. So, they weren't together for too long after that. My biological mom was enrolled in college, and she had to take college classes. She was advancing in her life. That way, she could take care of herself, let alone others like me. Now I was also a responsibility for her to take care of me. While she was in college, they had programs and daycares where I could be taken care of while she was doing her classes. I got to go there with her and stuff and see her, which is pretty cool, you know. I don't remember that, of course. I was just a wee little baby. But it was getting pretty hard, and she couldn't give me all the care and attention that a baby would need, so she gave me to her mom. That's my biological grandma. And my grandma took care of me and did her best to raise me for the next nearly 3 years. I was about 3 years old. But then she decided, you know, since she didn't have all the resources she needed to take care of a growing child, just like the reason why my birth mom gave me to her, she had to also give me up. So she and my birth mom got into discussion, and they had to make some hard choices. But they ended up having me get adopted by who became my adopted father. And they knew who this man was who became my new dad, who adopted me. Because he's my relative by blood too, not just by adopting me. My adopted father is my cousin by blood. And I was taken in by him and his wife. And his wife had 2 kids who were already adults from another relationship before my adopted dad got with my adopted mom. And my adopted parents together had one biological kid who wasn't really an adult yet, who was one of my older brothers who grew up in the house. I also had another adopted brother, someone else that they adopted. So the oldest child that I grew up with, it was me and my 2 brothers most of the time, my 2 adopted brothers. The older one is their biological child, and we'll just call him A. The younger one is another kid that they adopted and took in, and we'll just call him T. A and T. A was the oldest, T is in the middle, and I was the youngest child. And don't forget, my adopted mom had 2 kids who were already adults when she was with another guy, before she ended up marrying my adopted dad, right? And so they had a boy who was the older one, We'll call him AA. And then they had a girl. We'll just call him Sister A. And that would be my adopted brother and sister who were adults. And they didn't live with us because they were adults and they had their own life. They had left a home because they grew up. So I grew up mainly with my two brothers, who I was in my adopted two brothers. But sometimes, if they hit a rough patch or times were getting hard, the two older adult adopted brother and sister that my adopted mom had with another person before she got with my adopted dad, sometimes AA and Sister A would come stay with us if they had hard times. And they could even bring their kids. In 2011, my sister A had a kid, and every few years after that, she might have added another kid to the family every now and then. At this point, she was like 4 or 5. Now keep in mind, I was born at the end of 2005, so in 2011 I was like 5 or 6 years old when my sister A had a kid, and that was one of my first of many nieces and nephews I have in my adopted family. And I would see them, they'd come over periodically. If times got rough and they needed to get back on their feet, they'd come live with us for some brief periods, maybe a couple months. Just every few years, every now and then, we'd see each other at like family events and gatherings that would happen. Growing up as a little kid, when I was 3 years old, when I was brought to my adopted family, I was a little kid, and my grandma, I remember, she told me that I was going to go stay with a new family, that they were going to take me in. Wow, that's a lot of vibrating. I'm getting a lot of notifications, pretty busy person online today. Sorry about that. Okay. Well, anyways, we'll get to why I'm busy and why I have so many online notifications in a moment. That should be all of them, hopefully. So, anyways, growing up, when I was a little kid, wow, that's a lot of notifications. I hope that the vibrating isn't annoying you guys. Sorry about that. I have become a pretty influential figure for some Qarsherskiyan folks online, and we're gonna get to that later in my life story. I've posted so much information and so many videos and stuff, and featured on the channels and social media pages of so many other Qarsherskiyan folks, that when I Google Qarsherskiyan and look for images and videos of people that pop up, I'm often in the top 20 results sometimes. And I don't even have to scroll for a minute or two to find me or some of my buddies and friends and family I know. But that's kind of later in my life story, more towards present day. We'll get there, one step at a time, right? Well, my grandma told me I was gonna go stay with a new family, and that kind of surprised me. I loved my grandma, and I was a little kid, and I didn't know what was going on. I was just like, I don't want to leave, I'm gonna miss you. But she didn't have everything she needed together to take care of me and ensure I had a good life. For my own good, I had to get adopted. But these people who adopted me lived in the same town. They were family, right? My adopted dad is my blood relative. He would be my cousin if he never adopted me, right? So these are people they grew up with and know everything was going to be okay. I was just a little kid and I had trouble understanding everything in the world that was going on around me. I didn't really get all this stuff. I didn't know why I had to be given up, and I didn't really question it. It was just kind of reality, and I was sad because I just like, oh, Grandma, I don't want to leave your house. I don't want to go. But it's what had to happen. And I remember I went into my bed and I put the blankets over me, and I hid under the blankets, under the covers, because in my child mind, I thought that they wouldn't see me hiding under the blankets. I thought, they're not gonna see me, they're not gonna find me. When the new family comes to pick me up, they're gonna be like, I guess the little boy's gone. And then they'll just leave, and I can come out and be like, surprise, I'm here, Grandma, let me stay. That's how I thought it worked. I was waiting under there. It got hot and sweaty under the blankets, but I didn't want to come out because I was scared that they would see me, and then I'd have to get in the car and go to the house and meet my new family and go live with them, leave my grandma. And I wasn't trying to do that, you know what I mean? So, after a while, I started getting thirsty because it was hot under there. And I loved strawberry milk. My grandma would always mix up some stuff in the milk, either a powder or a syrup, to make strawberry milk. So I came out and I asked my grandma, "Hey grandma, can you please put strawberry milk in my sippy cup?" She made that for me. Then a red car pulled in the driveway. I was like, "Oh no, it's too late." So this man came and he picked me up and he took me to the new house. And that day I met my adopted brothers, two of them, not the older brother, like the adult one, and the adopted sister, you know, that my adopted mom had with another guy. Just the two kids who was kids like me still in the house, brother T and brother A. You know, I didn't meet brother AA or sister A. Yeah? So I go into the house, and it's a 2-story house. It's the biggest house I ever seen, so that's cool. I didn't really care about that as a little kid, though. Not yet. It took later for me to see and appreciate that and what I had. But, so my two adopted brothers were in the living room with a wrestling rink, and I still remember seeing them. They had like a wrestling rink, you know, they had like bungee cords to make the band things to go around the rink. They had a little model of a wrestling ring, like for WWE, you know? They had model action figure wrestlers with bendable arms and legs that they was playing with. You know, all the good stuff. When I was a little kid, I grew up hearing them talk about, you know, Brock Lesnar, John Cena, Randy Orton, Stone Cold Stunner, Steve Austin, RKO. I don't even know nothing about that, you know? Growing up, I never cared for sports at all. I never cared for basketball, football, baseball, wrestling, not sports, you know. I was still kind of athletic in that I was outside running around a lot, but when it came to sports, you know, like getting exercise in the form of an organized game with rules and a ball and goalposts, that just never was my thing. I didn't care about that. It was really boring to me, and we'll get more into that in a moment. Now, I have some memories that I remember when I was a little kid. It's either around this time when I got adopted and they let me visit my grandma often, or maybe it was even back when I still lived with my grandma. One time, I remember we was going to the Walmart in London, Ohio, the town where I spent my early childhood in and was first raised in before we moved around a lot. And when we go into the Walmart, I saw these folks walking out of the Walmart as me and my grandma going in. And something strange about these folks to me that I was unfamiliar with. I was kind of looking at them like, what an interesting. My grandma saw me looking. She was like, "Brennan, don't stare at people. That's rude. And those people are just black people. They're black." I was like, "Oh, these people are black?" And she was like, "Yeah, these are black people. You're part black, you know? Your grandpa is black." And I was like, "I am?" I didn't know. I grew up in London, Ohio, and at that time, like 90 or more maybe even percent of the population was white or white passing mixed folks. It was mostly white folks there, or a few mixed folks who passed as white. I never seen dark-skinned black Americans much before then. Not that I can remember had I at all, really, but I probably did as a baby and just didn't remember, didn't notice anything that is any kind of difference, because, you know, it's just people, and people look different all the time. Some people have beards, some people are women, and they don't have beards usually. Stuff like that, you know. I just didn't really notice differences as a child, because, well, as a child, but at some point when I was getting to be a toddler, that happened. And these people are like, "Oh, it's okay, your kid is just curious, he's so innocent, he doesn't know better, you know, he's not trying to be rude, it's not like he's being racist or hateful." And I was surprised, I was like, wow, I guess I'm also half black, you know, and I didn't know that. I didn't know that black people and white people existed. I didn't know that there were these different groups of people that in the USA we like to call it races, even though we're all one species. And, you know, I didn't know none of that stuff. I just grew up. And, I was pretty pale since even though I'm mixed, I'm kind of light skinned, and most of the people around me were white, so I just thought we are all just people on Earth, and this is what people look like. When I started seeing different people with different features that day, it was something I never seen before, and as a little kid, I was just curious about that. That's the day my grandma explained, yeah, black people exist, and you're part black. Like, it's, very recent in your family, you know. And people can tell when they look at me when I lived in London. I remember one time I was with my adopted parents. We went to a baseball game for my brother Anthony, because I was never interested in sports, but some of my siblings played sports when we were little growing up. And usually, I would ask my adopted mom to go run around, play on the playground. I'd go in the woods and be like, this is a buckeye tree, this is the Ohio buckeye, this is a yellow buckeye, that's a northern cardinal, that's an eastern blue jay. They'd be like, what in the world is this kid talking about? He's speaking like another language. We don't know what he's saying. Hey Brennan, do you want to play wrestling? No, not really. I don't really like wrestling. I was a different kid growing up. And that's probably part of it could be just my childhood hanging out with my grandma and some of my biological relatives from the Qarsherskiyan community. I'd go with my grandma, we'd walk around in her duplex area she lived. It was like a housing unit. It was kind of like duplex or condominium. And there was a building that had the washer in it where everyone goes to get their laundry done, a little laundromat. We'd go walk there together or walk around the block, around the neighborhood. And I'd look at all the flowers in people's garden. And when I was a little kid, before I was 3, I'd point at different tree species and be like, Grandma, what's this one? That's a rose bush, Brennan. Grandma, what's that tree? Why is its leaves dark red in the middle of summer? That's a crimson king maple. And I remembered. I'd go walking, even months later, I would still remember all that. I'd know, okay, these ones are crimson king maples, that's a silver maple or a sugar maple. I don't really know what to tell them apart yet. There's dandelion. From a young age, I was fascinated by plants and animals and nature, and that's what I was doing. So even after I got adopted, that interest stuck to this very day. That ain't changed about me. And I never cared about sports or playing video games like other kids my age. And we'll get more into that in a minute probably. But yeah, anyway, so when I grew up in London, Ohio, when I was a little kid, sometimes people would say or do strange things to me, and I couldn't really understand why. When I was a little kid and I went to preschool and elementary school, we'd have to sit crisscross applesauce, they'd call it, where we sit with our legs crossed on the carpet. The teacher would sit on a stool in front of this carpet full of us kids. They'd read us a book and they'd read us some story time. And these white girls would sit behind me and they'd be like, hey Brennan, can I touch your hair? Can I play with your hair? And I'd be like, okay, sure, as long as you don't like mess it up or anything and make it like this where it gets all frizzy like that, I told him as long as they don't do that, that's fine. Man, my hair is a mess today, guys, but I'm already into the live stream. I gotta keep going. So, they'd just be like, wow, that's so interesting. That's strange. Look, this feels so funny. It's like a sheep. I'd be like, okay, wow, there's this girl back here and she likes my hair. That's cool. People did strange things to me like that. And I really didn't care. I was a kid. If anything, maybe I was enjoying the attention because kids like having attention like that. I was a boy and there were all these girls and stuff. We grew up in the USA, it's secular. I didn't really know nothing about Islam at that point. I didn't know, dude, this is haram, this is halal, this is makruh. I didn't know that stuff. Anyways, so, growing up, it was kind of like that. My adopted parents were amazing people. One time when we were really little kids, we went down to Florida for vacation. My adopted dad and my adopted mom drove me and my adopted brother's A&T all the way down there. They put us in the back seat, we buckled up, we had blankets. TNA, they would ask to lean on my shoulder so they could get some sleep. And me, I'd be up, I'd be wide awake the whole time. That's the thing, even when I was a little baby and my grandma would put me to sleep, I just stare at the ceiling with my eyes open and move around and try and fidget or something. I did not sleep, guys. My grandma and her son, my uncle, who we'll just call my Uncle C, they would have to wrap me up in blankets. They called it, a burrito. They'd make me into a human burrito. That way I couldn't move and roll off the bed or anything, and I'd be like still. They wouldn't cover my face. My head was the only thing sticking out the blankets, and my feet and arms couldn't move. And I'd just be so mad. I'd be like, "Gah!" Because I was a little baby, and I'd try and kick and get out until I lost all my energy, and I'd pass out. And that's the only way they could get me to sleep. I wouldn't sleep. To this very day, it gets dark. It gets nighttime, right? And I like to get up at like 4:55, 5 a.m. So like I try to go to bed at like 10:30, 11 p.m. I lay down in my bed and I can't sleep. I can turn off the TV, turn off my phone, close my eyes and try and lay and sit still, breathe slowly and just get lost in my mind, or even try and clear my mind, get used to the darkness and not look at my phone or any bright light. It don't matter, guys. I'll just be like, man, I'm so bored. I can't fall asleep. Usually, it depends on how tired I am or what kind of day I've had before, but most of the time, I just watch TV until my eyelids get heavy and I start feeling like I can't stay awake and I'm about to fall asleep. Then I'll pause the TV and I'll look away from it, and that's how I just fall asleep today. I never was someone who goes to sleep easy, but especially when I was a little kid more so. They would say, Brennan is the last person to go to sleep at night and the first person to get up. My adopted mom always said, Brennan is up at the crack of dawn. He's up before the sun comes up. He'll get up at 3 or 4 in the morning, and he's up in his room, pacing around, reading books and doing stuff, and we can hear him waiting for it to be like, 7 or the most acceptable time, as long as he can wait. And that little kid with a short attention span, it's time and he's allowed out his room more, and it won't bother us while we're trying to sleep. And he'll come downstairs and he eats the snacks and he runs around. And as soon as we let him each morning, he's out the door. And that's how I was, guys. That's how I am. If people let me, and if I didn't have to work to make money to survive in this world and the way things are, what I'd be doing is what I did as a kid to this day. If people paid me money to do it and I didn't have to go to work or anything or get stuff done, I would get up in the morning, make my bed, eat breakfast, shower, and I'd go outside. And I'd pack food and water and stuff in a big bag and I'd throw it on my back. And I'd go outside, and then after the sunset comes and it gets dark out, I'd be coming inside and I'd eat dinner and, I'd get ready for bed, do some stuff I gotta do, take care of myself, my stuff, any work. Then I'd go to bed and the next morning I'd repeat. Whenever I was allowed, that's the kind of stuff I did as a teenager. Now, on August 20th in 2016, my adopted father passed away, and that was a hard time for not just me, but everyone in my family, all of us, And after that happened, guys, when I was going to school and stuff, they said that my grades plummeted and that I wasn't doing as well in school. They said similar things about my siblings, and we was all just having a hard time. But then it was just my adopted mom and me and my 2 brothers, and sometimes we'd have cousins over, some of our relatives, especially from my adopted dad's side. My adopted dad was probably one of the most well-known Christians from the Qarsherskiyan community in London, Ohio. I think he was from the Lutheran Church. That's what it says on the internet when I read about him. He invented this sophapia thing. I know sophapia is a food that already exists, but he made something he called a sophapia, but it was different from any other kind of sophapia. If you Google sophapia and you look at like the food they make in Latin America, that's not what he made that was called sophapia. He invented something called a sophapia, and it was his own thing. They were the size of a burrito. They were usually deep fried in a deep fryer with oil, and they could have like meat and lettuce and sour cream and all kinds of stuff in it. The way he folded a tortilla and the different ingredients he used on it each time and the combinations he used, and the look of it and the size of it and shape of it, everything about it made it seem like a cross between like a tortilla and a burrito and something deep fried. It was something different from any other sopapilla. Some people said it was like a burrito, but it wasn't. It was different, you know. He put it in a deep fryer, and there would be like stuff put on top of it. It wouldn't just be the folded tortilla around the contents inside. He'd put stuff on top of it when he was done, and then we'd cut it up into pieces and eat it with a fork. I don't know. It's something he made. He invented it. There's nothing you can compare it to. It's really unique. And that's one of the things that he's well known by in London, Ohio, among the Qarsherskiyan folks there. They say that my adopted dad invented the sopapilla. And people from Mexico or other places, you know, the southwestern U.S. come up and they hear that. They say, that's a load of bullocks. But the thing is, these sopapillas he invented, he did. It's called a sopapilla, but there's lots of different variations of this sopapilla. And the thing he made is really different. I've done so much research because people kept telling me, that's bullocks, he didn't invent it, bro. I've had sopapillas before. And I did research all over the internet. I couldn't find anything like what he made. I found a bunch of different things, different variations from different countries that people call sopapilla, but they're all very similar to each other, and they're all different from what my adopted dad was making. So, I mean, maybe he didn't invent the sopapilla, the word, but he invented some kind of sopapilla that's really different. Maybe we need a new name for it. Maybe it's something different entirely that's just similar to sopapilla. But that's what he called them, and it's some dish he invented. In the Qarsherskiyan community in London, Ohio, we used to love this stuff. When he passed away, we couldn't have that no more. And after he passed away, both on my adopted dad and my adopted mom's side, we lost a lot of different people in our family. Over the next, couple months, several people passed away, one after another, like a chain, and it made people's mood worse and worse, and that's when things took a turn for the worse in our life. Even the school principal at London Elementary School, Miss Carol Daniels, she was a lovely lady to me. I don't know what happened in the past years ago with some of her relatives or her, possibly allegedly. I'm not going to talk about those stories because, I've been told that it's just made up and nothing happened. When I had Carol Daniels, she knew who I was, okay? She knew who I was, she knew my family, and anyone in London, Ohio knew that I was mixed race. And I knew what racism in London, Ohio was. I grew up experiencing it at school and on the streets all the time, okay? Carol Daniels never showed any sign of racism to me or any other students. If she treated me any different, it was because she was favoring me. This woman was amazing to me. I don't know about the past before I was alive, okay? It was before I was born. I wasn't there. I'm not going to address the rumors because there's no way to prove or disprove them. It's all he said, she said. I'm just going to tell you guys, when I met Carol Daniels, the principal at the time at London Elementary School, she was the most lovely person, a really good teacher, okay? I had trouble in school because I was a bit different from other people. People picked on me, people bullied me, we had losses in the family. I'd been through a lot, okay? I was a broken kid, and I'm not trying to have a pity story or poor me. I don't want any condolences. If I had a time machine, I wouldn't change anything about my life, because it's what made me who I am today. My point in saying this is, when I was in school, some of the teachers, I won't say who, not all of them, but some of the teachers thought I was a bad kid, they thought I was acting out, and they thought that I purposely didn't want to pay attention in class. It had all these issues I don't really want to get into. There's all kinds of records my teachers wrote about me, about stuff that I did or allegedly did, that they claim I absolutely did. A lot of times people misinterpreted stuff I said or did, or I didn't really understand what certain words mean. I was just repeating what I heard older people say. When I was a little kid, I had some issues in the school system, and some issues even prevailed up until my earlier years in high school. I'm sure if any of you get a hold of my records from my teachers in school, you'll hear a lot of teachers saying I was a great student, and those are the ones who understand me and what I went through, who cared about me and believed in me. And you'll hear some teachers, who I won't name, saying I was a horrible student, and they had all these issues with me, and they had to constantly discipline me and make an example of me. And you'll see some things that look pretty bad. But I want you to remember, you wasn't there. You weren't there and I was. I could tell you guys what actually happened, what's true in my perspective. I'm not going to bring any of it up. That's not the point of this video. That's just me as a kid in school in the past, and it's not really relevant. It's not relevant to my life story. Okay? You might see some things. If I'm dead one day and people use this video to write an autobiography of me, you might see some things about my childhood that make me seem like a bad person. But there's a carefully crafted narrative, okay? I want you to be very careful about this. After my father passed away, and it was just my mom who adopted me, taking care of me, my life was not easy at all. It used to be happy and sunshine and rainbows. But after that, year after year, things got consecutively more hard for me. I was growing up. People expected a lot of me, because growing up comes with responsibility. And it was not an easy time for me to adjust to the rapidly adapting changes. My mom had become a single mother, my adopted mom, and she was working a lot to take care of all of us kids. We'd go to the store every month to go shopping and get all the food for the house full of hungry kids and her and all the people and family we'd have visiting all the time. And we'd fill up a shopping cart full, sometimes two, and I'd help my mom and push one. These people would come up to her and say, "Excuse me, ma'am, can you please buy this and this and this and this and this and this and this for me?" And my adoptive mom would be like, "Sorry, I just can't afford to do that." They'd be like, "You got food stamps, please?" And she'd be like, "What are you talking about? I'm not on food stamps." And she says this, and she takes pride in this. She said that she had never signed up for or needed or used food stamps. She worked, she had a job, and she made money, and she used it to take care of herself and us. And I'm not going to get into details about how she allocated that money and any controversial things. There's a lot of people out there who know more about this than even I do, who were older than I was growing up with, There's a lot of people who were close to her family, and they'll tell you stuff that makes her seem like a not good person, about how she might have spent or allocated the money, and if it was going to her more than anyone else. But I'm not going to get into that, okay? There's other people who might tell you that, and if they do, that's a conversation between you and them to hear that, and make your own opinions about what you think about that. But she did feed us, she didn't abuse us, she didn't beat us or hurt us, and she did give us food and clothes, and we lived with her, we had a roof over our head. She was our caretaker who was taking care of us, and without her we would have been homeless, and we would have had to work to make a living as kids. We would have lost even more of our childhood. Not that we had much of it left anyways. So, yeah, and these people, it got hard for us after then. Now, there's something I ought to tell you guys. When I lived in London, Ohio, I would meet some other members of the Qarsherskiyan community. In London, Ohio, especially at that time, most of them were Christians or atheists. There was only a few people who practiced like Islam or Hoodoo or any belief systems from the African or maybe even from Native American ancestors. That wasn't too present. It was there, but it was a really small minority. Most of the Qarsherskiyan folks in London, Ohio are still atheist and Christian to this day. That's still the majority over there. That's the case of the Qarsherskiyan community in that area. But, I was a bit exposed to Islam. I had heard a few things, but I didn't know a lot about it. And as much as I heard about it, I also heard misinformation and harmful slander against Islam at the same time. And I just didn't look into it. I went to a church called London Christian Community Fellowship with a Pastor Rob, because when I was a little kid and my adopted dad was still alive, they used to get me up early in the morning at like 4 a.m. and they'd comb my hair, and it would kind of hurt because my hair is really thick, you know. The barbers say it's the thickest hair they've ever seen. I really do got that Qarsherskiyan hair texture. And they would try to comb my hair and it would really freaking hurt. They'd be pulling my hair out. They'd be pulling on it and it would hurt my head. I'd be like, ow. You know, they'd think oh, you're just being so extra. You're being over dramatic. It was hurting me, but they didn't know. They didn't know any better, you know. My adopted mom is a white woman, and she's the one who married my adopted dad. My adopted dad, yeah, he's there. But my adopted mom, she doesn't know anything about that, okay? She doesn't know about taking care of people with curly hair and all that stuff. No one ever got me certain things growing up, especially after my adopted dad passed away. You know, my grandma had to teach me just a few months ago that I needed to use lotion for my skin so it didn't get ashy. I didn't know what that means. No one taught me that. I just thought, okay, there's dead skin on my arms and it's just there. And it's like some kind of protective mechanism, so I just leave it there. No one taught me this. No one taught me that, where did I put it? I had one. Here. Okay, look at this. You see this? I didn't learn that these existed until like a year or two ago. I didn't know that these existed. If I saw this, I would have thought it was a back scratcher. They didn't use this when I was a little kid. They just tried to use normal comb like white people have. That's why it hurt my hair. And they didn't know better. So anyways, yeah, when I was a little kid, my adopted dad and my adopted mom would get me up early in the morning. They'd get my hair. They'd put me in suits and like plaid and button-up shirts and dress pants, which I absolutely hated wearing those. They'd take me way out to some church, some kind of Mennonite fellowship thing, I guess, out in the countryside, near a creek, just north of London, Ohio, somewhere way out in the cornfields and tree lines between the cornfields, a kind of rural setting. And it was some kind of Mennonite church or something. We'd be driving down a road with cornfields. We'd drive past a big old grain silo. We'd drive on a little bridge across the creek. And once we went past the creek, we'd make a left turn. There's cornfields on both sides of the road. And on the left, in the distance, you can see the tree line where there's a creek winding through. And on the right side of the road, there'd be a church with a big parking lot, maybe a few little buildings, something to the left of it. And behind it, and on the right side of it, and to the right side of the building, and to the left side of the buildings that were left of the church, there were cornfields. There were cornfields all around. It was this church out in the country. I think it was a Mennonite church. And at the same time, there was also a Lutheran church. I don't remember if it was St. Paul's. Might have been some other Lutheran church. But they would take me to some kind of church school. That's where I went to school when I was really little. Then I went to preschool at Fairhaven. Then I went to London Elementary School. And at some point, when I was a little kid, for some reason, we moved out of the house in London, where I spent my early childhood since I was 3 and I got adopted. We went to Plain City, Ohio, and there was a little apartment building. I think it had 3 units, and it was only 1 story, and it was across the street from the Der Dutchman Amish restaurant in Plain City, Ohio. There was a street intersection like this, a road going this way, a road going this way. Can you imagine it? Here's the Der Dutchman, here's a horse farm, here's a gas station, and here's the apartments we were living in. Plain City, Ohio. Pretty sure the apartments had 3 units, and ours was the one closest to the gas station. One of our neighbors that lived next door to us at that time, his name was Chuck, and he was a nice old lad. I hope he's still healthy and well today. And he had a bunch of parrots, including, I believe, a sulfur-crested, some kind of a cockatoo named Angel, that would sit on his hand, and I would pet it, and I liked that bird. I loved parrots and birds growing up. And he knew it, so one year, I think either for my birthday or Christmas, or maybe as a farewell gift when we moved out of the apartments in Plain City, he got me a bird-watching book guide. I had a few, and this was the best one yet. I still have it on me somewhere, I hope. I might have left it at my adopted mom's house when I ran away a couple months ago, and we'll get to that soon. But I read it, and I memorized the winter, summer, breeding, and migratory ranges and routes and the areas on the map where all the different birds lived. And I learned the name and how to identify every bird and the difference between a male and female, juvenile, the young, what color their eggs, how many spots they have, egg incubation. And I could just repeat it like an encyclopedia. I'm not trying to brag, I'm just telling the truth. Anyone who knew me will tell you the same, you know. They'd be like, Brennan, what bird is this? They'd be like, oh, that's the Baltimore Oriole. They spend the summertime up here. If you cut an orange in half, you put it on a fence post, they'll eat it, and this is what the male one looks like, which isn't too different from this one is the female, and here's their winter breeding range. They fly over this route to go south down to this area down here. They stay here. They lay eggs in a nest. This many amount of eggs in a nest made out of this, usually in this kind of location. They incubate the eggs for this long, and the chicks hatch, and they look like this. And they feed them until they get juvenile, then they look like this, then they become fledgling, and then they look like the adults, and blah, 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 blah. That's all I could do. They'd be like, Brennan, what's this bird? And I'd just regurgitate all the information I read out the book, like a parrot. And I knew what I was saying. I knew what it meant. I wasn't just saying words without knowing what it means. I knew what I was talking about, you know? I'd be out on a hike, and I'd be like, darn it, look at those. Those are European starlings. Those invasive mother refrigerators. Oh, look at that. There's a house sparrow in the Walmart parking lot. They're always in Walmart parking lots and living in the greenhouses at Walmart, eating all the bird seed. Have you seen them, guys? Those little brown birds? Those are house sparrows. Those invasive mother frickers. You know, that's what I did. I just knew all this stuff. And I'm not saying this to brag. It's just to document as part of my life. So if anyone asks, is that true about Brennan? It's not possible he could have known all that. Yes, it was. It's me, myself, and I'm telling you guys, this is what I knew. This is what I was doing. That's what I would say. And I'm not saying this to brag, it's just the truth. And I might know many things that the average person doesn't know, because most people just don't care about it, especially in my generation. But there's also many things that the average person knows and can do well, that I just didn't really pick up on, and I'm just never too good at. So it's kind of like a trade-off. That's what you get with Asperger's, I guess, sometimes. I don't know. But, so, growing up, I had limited exposure to the Qarsherskiyan culture and community. I had to really reconnect, and it was a serious effort. We lived in Plain City, maybe about a year in those apartments, and we moved back to the house in London. I think the reason we lived there is because my family was gonna buy a new house out in the countryside on several acres. I would have loved it, lots of land to run around on and play on, even though I couldn't go to London school anymore and I'd miss some of my friends I made there, who always stuck up for me against bullies and racists and all the troubles I had. I used to play some video game on my school computers called Snail Bob in the library. And this wasn't a Chromebook. This was before Chromebooks. This was when we had the block-shaped, cube-shaped computers with the physical keyboards that you had to press buttons on, not a touch screen. We dealt with those when I was a wee little kid. But I watched it transform going to school and growing up. I remember we had an iPad cart, a cart with iPads that charged, and during free time we could play Minecraft on them, and I loved that. I never really was a fan of video games or anything, unless I was in school. You know, with the ADHD, I couldn't just sit still anytime I'm indoors. I didn't like sitting nearly 8 hours, almost continuously for a day, just being told either stuff I already knew, or stuff I didn't care about that I didn't really need to know, that wouldn't be my field of work that I do when I grew up, and it just would never be relevant to me, I mean, information I'd never need again. So, yeah, I enjoyed playing the Minecraft and Flappy Bird and Snail Bob on the computers and into iPads. Eventually I got to like middle school, maybe it was even when I was in high school. That's when the school started using the Chromebooks. Not long after that, we started having to wear clear backpacks and going for metal detectors or weapon detectors. Yeah, I watched schools transform from the time I was a kid to what they are today. I went through all of the different phases of it, and I remember it. But when we moved out of Plain City, because the big house of lots of land we were going to build didn't work, I was happy to go back to London, and I saw this guy I didn't really recognize. Like, remember me? We used to play Snail Bob together. I hope one day they find this video, and they see this, and they say, "Oh my goodness, it's you, it's Brennan. I remember you." But yeah, I've been through way too much to remember all the nice people I've met, unfortunately. Makes me feel bad to say I can't remember everyone's names or what folks looked like, and people grown so much I probably won't recognize people I do remember even today. But that's the truth, even though I'm sorry to tell people that. They're sad, they're like, "You don't remember?" I'm like, "I remember you, but I forgot your name." I met so many people, and I've been through so much stress and all kinds of stuff. I had a lot going on in my life. I can't remember every single person I grew up with. Just so much happened. But we moved back to London. I was there for a little while. But then we moved to a city called Brunswick, Ohio, hours away up north. Not too far south of Lake Erie, but I never got to go to Lake Erie and see it. And at that time, I went through a dinosaur phase, and I really liked dinosaurs. And I was still a kid, so I was kind of socially awkward in that I didn't always know what was normal and what was socially acceptable all the time. So I did make those YouTube videos of me singing the Velociraptor songs made by that El Hugany YouTube channel. And I did make that thing talk pretending to be the Indoraptor, saying that I would eat human flesh. I wouldn't literally do that. I was just singing a kid's song about a dinosaur and pretending to be a dinosaur. I've never been interested in eating human flesh, okay? It was a kid's song and I was a dumb kid. And I didn't make all those cringe videos. Part of me thinks, that's history. You keep that up. Your grandkids will get to see what you look like when you were a kid. They'll remember you're a normal person and even you were cringe. Another part of me think, I wish I didn't post that. But no, I'm not gonna try and take them down. I don't want them to get taken down. It's really embarrassing. I wouldn't want a lot of people to find all the videos I used to make when I was younger. But I'm gonna keep them up. We lived in London, Ohio after we moved back from Brunswick for a little while. When we moved to Brunswick, that was after my dad passed away. When we went to Plain City and lived there and then moved back to London, my dad was still alive. He must have passed away then when we lived in London before we moved to Brunswick. We lived at 385 Delaware Drive, Brunswick, Ohio, for a couple months, maybe even a year. And the adult adopted brother AA, came to live with us, and my niece SH, my niece, who was his daughter, he had, and they lived with us, and he worked as a truck driver, and he'd be gone a lot, and he'd have to come sleep so he could go back to work. And sometimes I, being an energetic little kid, made a lot of noise when he was trying to sleep, because sometimes he'd sleep at day and work a night shift. But, we was there for a while, but there was some arguments in my family, maybe between my adopted mom and my older brother A, and not AA, but A, who was older, but he was like still a minor. And he and my brother T and my adopted mom, we all moved back to London, Ohio again. And each time we lived in London, Ohio, we went back to that same house that we used to live in on the corner of Kenny Boulevard and Dorset Drive. My adopted dad, when he was still alive, He planted 2 apple trees, 2 peach trees, and 2 pear trees there. We had some kind of ornamental stone fruit tree with little tiny fruits in our front yard, and its branches formed the shape of an upside-down triangle. And in by our neighbor's house, we had one neighbor to one side of us, and along their fence line, when my adopted dad was still alive, he said he wanted to plant 4 cherry trees there. And I thought that was a great idea and kept encouraging him to get them and do it after I heard him say that, because I didn't know he was growing fruit trees, and I didn't know there was a difference back then between ornamental flowering ones and fruit-producing cherries. So I was imagining the beautiful cherry blossoms every spring and how they bloom early when a lot of things aren't green yet up in Ohio. And I was happy for that, and I kept telling him, you should do it, you should do it, when will you do it, do it. He never got to it. I guess he just never found any, or something happened. He was never able to fulfill that wish. When we sold the house for the final time, some other people bought it, they renovated it a lot, and they cut down all the trees, and then they planted some new boring carnivorous arborvitae-like thing on the corner where the apple tree used to be. The apple tree that got hit by a car or something, and it broke, and then it resprouted from the roots, and it was making a recovery, and that was amazing. And they cut it down, but I don't encourage you to harass them or anything. They didn't know the significance it had to me and what it meant. Even my relatives and like my adopted family don't care about it, but my adopted dad planted those trees, and I was the nature lover in the house. Especially after he was gone, I was the one who watched those trees grow and cared about them, and I wanted to see them get big and produce lots of fruit, and I never got to that, sadly. But they cut them down, they built fence, they put stuff up everywhere, they did a lot to that house. Now, here is where things really start to drive a wedge between me and my adopted family. You see, I was living in London, Ohio. I still didn't know much about the Qarsherskiyan community. I'd heard a few people whisper these words before. Qarsherskiyan, they're mixed race. You know, they're not just black and white, they got Native American ancestry too. And I was like, interesting. You know, and I knew that my adopted dad descended from some community like this, but I didn't know what it was or much about it yet. And I didn't know that my adopted dad was my blood cousin, and that I'm a direct descendant of one of the core Qarsherskiyan families in London, Ohio, the Whitelow family. I didn't know about the Whitelow, and Napper families in London, Ohio, and that history yet much. But I always knew I was different just because of how I looked, and, just how I'd been acculturated to care about nature and plants and trees. When I lived with my biological family, my grandma, and I'd have relatives around who would tell me about this kind of stuff from the White and Whitelow families and stuff often, and they really got me into that, them and my grandma. And, but I always knew I was different. By the time 2018 rolled around, it had been some years before I realized that I was different. There was a reason I got treated different sometimes, and that there was all this racism. Now, anyone who knows me knows I am capable of hurting someone if I have to in self-defense. If my life is in danger and I have to defend myself, I would be capable of doing it, and I could unleash some pretty harsh blows to someone if I had to, but I don't, because I've never had to. Anyone who knows me knows I'm kind of a pacifist. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I'm going to tell the honest truth, the good and the bad and the ugly. When I was a little kid, and I went to kindergarten and elementary school, I had a big temper tantrum, and I didn't know how to control my anger. I'm pretty ashamed to say I wasn't helping some of the stereotypes about Qarsherskiyan people in London, Ohio area. And there were some racist people who tried to say the reason I had a temper tantrum and acted out was because I was mixed race. And they tried to say that there was this thing called race mixing, and that it caused people to be born who were barbaric. And they said that because I was mixed race, I was barbaric. And that kind of hurt, but I'm not going to talk about that much. okay? But when I was a little kid, just because of all the stuff I've been through, and generational trauma and all the issues I faced, I had a trouble controlling my anger when I was a little kid. I used to throw temper tantrums. The worst one, the most famous one, that made all the students afraid of me and so many people hate me, is because I must have been in like elementary school, like maybe as old as 1st or 2nd grade, probably in kindergarten, when I got really mad at a teacher. I don't remember her name, what she looked like, what she said, or why I was mad at her. It really doesn't matter. She probably didn't do anything that horrible. I was just an out of control back then with my temper tantrum. And my parents at home, when I came home, I was good. They didn't know. But when I got to school, I was letting out all my frustration and anger that I had to hide from my family at home. Because if I acted at home, they'd punish me for it. At school, they were more lenient enough. I could express my frustration. And if people messed with me, all that stuff I kept bottled up would kind of, it would erupt out like a volcano. So the most famous incident that got me well known in London City schools when I was little back then, that made so many people hate me and so many kids afraid of me, is when there was a classroom full of kids and me and a teacher. The teacher said or did something, and I don't remember what it was, okay? I don't remember. It probably wasn't even that big of a deal. I was just a pretty bad kid, okay? I'm not gonna sugarcoat it and pretend I'm perfect. I don't even remember what she said. That's how insignificant it might have been. But she really peed me off. So I picked up a chair. I used my strength to put it behind me so I could swing it and let go and send it flying. I tried to throw the chair at her. But thankfully, not only was I a pretty dumb and angry kid, I was also a kid who never liked sports. Never forget that, right? I couldn't throw that chair. If I tried to today, I probably could, but I wouldn't try to today. I'm a different person. I'm gonna get into how I changed. Back then, though, I wasn't who I am today, so I did want to, and I did try to, and I did throw the chair. But I didn't hit her. I didn't know sports. I wasn't as good as throwing as I am now. So, unlike now, not that I would now, but like if I did now, it would be different. But I did then. So then, I completely missed. I swung and threw it. I let go too early. Thankfully. I'm glad I didn't hurt anyone. The chair went flying across the room, and it crashed and landed and made all this noise, and all the kids got scared, and it was chaos, and I got in big trouble. I got in big trouble. When I got home, I was in even bigger trouble. You best believe that. They didn't know what was wrong with me or why I was acting out. And I don't even know. I was a little kid. Something was going on. I had some kind of anger issues. But they taught me how to behave. My family at home made me scared to act out because I knew I'd get in trouble if I was acting out at school. And they made sure to try to prevent me from doing that so they could send me to school. That way I wouldn't get myself expelled or anything. When I went to school, they built a system of rewards. If you're good in school, you get rewards. If you're bad in school, not only do you not get rewards, but you get punishment. But that sounds like what happens to all kids. But I mean, they did something different for me. Like, when I was in middle school, they knew I liked birds and I wanted a bird feeder. So they was going to get me a bird feeder at the end of the year. They bought a bag of bird seed. Every day I was good, they put a spoonful of bird seed in the cup. And it gradually began to fill up over the year. So if I was good for the whole school year, I should get a whole bird feeder and enough bird seed to fill the bird feeder so I can feed the birds. It doesn't sound like much, but that motivated me. I was desperate to have a bird feeder. I didn't get a lot of nice things that I liked like that growing up. Bird feeders and plants costed a lot, and my family had to budget to get things that mattered more like food and stuff. So I was really desperate to get that. But by the time that happened, I was in middle school, and I already had anger issues out of control. I was never a threat to no one. It had been a long time by that point. By the time I got to 1st or 2nd grade, they had completely pacified me. And every fighting bone I used to have in my body, when I'd get really mad and I wanted to lash out, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to. I'd be scared to. That's how I am to this very day because of that. Someone would have to try to kidnap me or kill me to get a fight out of me. If they did, I'd be able to put up a pretty harsh resistance. And even if I'm martyred, I'd be sure to go down making them miserable and bringing them hell for sure. No one would be able to get what they want out of me if they wanted to kidnap me or something, if I had to defend myself. But I've never had to. Since the time I threw that chair, I had a few other outbursts where I yelled and screamed at teachers, but never did anything violent other than with my words. Just yelling like, "You're being stupid! Ah!" Just throwing a tantrum like the dumb little kid I used to be. You know? Since after that, though, they tamed and pacified me, and I was well behaving after that. But they understood that I would have trouble focusing in class, and I'd be talking to my friends. And so they built a system of rewards to make sure I paid attention in class, and that I was on topic and staying focused and not talking about anything off topic. And they did that, like when I was in middle schools with birdseed, as I explained. And that's how they raised me as a kid to make me into a good, obedient man in society that I am today. That's how they pacified me and got me to learn to listen and pay attention. So they did a good job, and I'd have to thank them for that. I had this one teacher who I called Mrs. McRacist. It was Mick something. I'm not going to say her real last name or who she was. And she was the queen of microaggressions, probably. If you do find out who she is, forget about it. Don't harass her, don't bother her. Just forget about it. Okay? But I'm going to tell you guys the truth. When I was at London Middle School, after I moved back to London, Ohio, from living somewhere else, before this house fire I'm going to tell you about soon happened, I had a teacher who we'll call Miss McRacist. Not because she's the most racist person ever, but because that's the nickname me and my friends gave her back then. And she knew that I had trouble. I wasn't a normal kid. I got picked on because I looked different and because of my features, and people knew who my family was and where I came from. I got picked on by some of the students and stuff because the students learned prejudice from their parents, and they didn't like people of any African descent whatsoever. And I had trouble in school. You know, people made fun of me because of my accent. They thought I had a speech impediment because I used to replace the letter L with a W sound, which I still do sometimes. That still slips and comes out. I got a pretty strong accent from the community in London, from the Qarsherskiyan folks in that area. So when I was a little kid, people talked to me not just in a Qarsherskiyan accent at times, but with baby talk. How people talk to a baby in London. I don't know why they do this, but in London, Ohio, and maybe many other places in the US, you guys know, people talk to a baby not like, "Hello, how you doing, little baby?" They're like, "Oh, hello, how are you doing, little baby?" And so I was a smart baby. Not trying to brag or anything, but if you ask my grandma, they got me talking in full sentences by the time I was like 10 months old. My grandma brought me to the doctor's office one time, and she was holding me while she talked to the doctor about something with her doctor. I tried to reach up and grab her glasses off her face. She said, "Brennan, don't touch my glasses." I said, "Glasses," or "glasses." The doctor was shocked because I was like 10 months old. And then I started telling her, "Don't touch my glasses," and started telling her stuff and talking. And that shocked the doctor. They put up a baby gate for me when I was just a few months past being a year old, and I was getting past the baby gate somehow, going into the kitchen. They put up the gate to keep me out the kitchen because I wasn't supposed to be in there, because I would go in there and open the cabinet, get all the pots and pans out, and start sorting them, separating them, and messing with them, playing with them, doing stuff. And they said, "Brennan, don't go in the kitchen," and they put up a baby gate. I found a way to get past the baby gate somehow, and I'd taunt them and be like, "I'm in the kitchen, I'm in the kitchen," and they'd be like, "Brennan." So I was walking and talking and stuff, By the time I was a year old, I wasn't having sophisticated conversations. Like, the socioeconomic policies are full of disdain in this category. I wasn't saying like stuff like that, talking like an adult, but I was speaking in full coherent sentences and walking around by the time I was a year old. And that impressed a lot of people just because of my manners. When I was probably around 11 or 12 years old, they took me to like a psychiatrist and therapist and stuff. They wanted to see if they could get me medicine to help me sleep better at night and not be depressed and stuff. And I had issues I was dealing with in regards to that. So they took me to them to help me out. And one thing I heard the therapist telling my mom is that when he talks like an adult. He's very mature and stuff. He's not like the ordinary kids, you know. He talks just like an adult. To this day, I don't really know what that means, you know. But I'd just walk up to adults and I'd be like, you know, hello, how's your day? I hope you had a good day at work today. Any plans this weekend? I don't know. It sounds like something any kid can say to me. But I guess my therapists, they thought that the way I talk was like an adult when I was like 11 or 12. And it was something that they had to note that surprised them. It was significant enough that they kept telling my mom that over and over again. Every few times I'd visit them, they'd bring it up and mention it and just talk about how it surprised them. One time when I went to my therapist they had me go into with my adoptive mom, they found a note that says, Brennan has been told he is pregnant. And I said, what? The therapist was like, I don't know, this is a note that other therapist's name wrote here. And I was like, I don't know what that means. I can't get pregnant. I'm a boy. What is this? They said, I don't know. And they deleted that. And I never forgot about that to this day just because it's so weird and I just never figured out what that could mean or what they were talking about. My best guess that I've come up with over the years since that happened is that maybe I mentioned in passing about some kids bullying me, saying I was fat and overweight because I used to be kind of chunky back then, you know. Maybe someone said I was so fat I looked like, well, I don't want to say it, that's rude to pregnant people, you know. Pregnant people have another person they're carrying. It's not fat, they have another person. Of course they're going to be big, there's nothing wrong with that. But kids can be cruel. They was making fun of me. I don't know. To this day, I don't know where that note comes from. I haven't really figured it out. But that's my best guess, is that some kid was making fun of me, saying I looked like I was pregnant, maybe. And I might have mentioned it to a therapist, and I might have just wrote, Brennan has been told he's pregnant. I don't know. To this day, I've never really figured it out, though. I don't remember what it would be. It's random. I wonder if they mixed up notes and meant to put something down about another patient, probably a girl. I don't know. It's weird. Okay. But, yeah, so, growing up, though, people did used to tease me and stuff in my masculinity, because I wasn't like a normal boy. I wasn't like a normal male growing up, because I didn't want to play video games, I didn't want to play sports, and I didn't want to wear jeans or khakis because they were rough and they left marks on my skin. I liked to wear shorts, it made it easy for me to run, and I ran outside and I picked flowers, and I talked about butterflies. So people used to mock me and talk about me being very feminine and stuff. And when I was a kid, people confused me because they told me I wasn't being a real or proper man and stuff. They had me questioning my manhood and masculinity. It was a psychological thing, you know, and that led to me experiencing gender dysphoria for a while as a kid. But I overcame that. I'm not a transgender person. I am just living the way God created me as a man, you know. But that was a thing for me growing up as a kid that I used to struggle with. Anyways, in 2019, it was a good year. In 2018, the year before, I had been playing basketball. So when 2019 came around, I was happy because of a girl we'll call AP. And I'll explain this all to you. It all started probably in the fall of 2018, I'm pretty sure it was. It was me, my adopted mom, my adopted brothers A and T, and sometimes my adopted sister A, would come with some of her kids. Very rarely we'd see my brother AA, and his daughter SH. So I'd see my nieces and nephews and all my family in my adopted family household. And they was living with my mom, my two adopted brothers, and my adopted mom was there. That's what I mean when I say my mom. I haven't really seen my birth mom since, at least when I was 3 and I got adopted, probably before that sometime, because I'd been living with my grandma and she was like at college, But, yeah, so it was 2018, probably in the fall, and my adopted mom signed me up for basketball to play on a sports team called the Madison Tigers. Maybe it was Madison County Tigers, maybe it was Madison Tigers. We were still living in that house in Linden, Ohio, on the corner. Anytime we moved out of Linden, we moved back, and it was always that same house we were coming to. But pretty soon that was going to change, and we'll get to that in a minute. I was playing for the Madison Tigers Special Olympics team, a sports team for people with special needs, like me with my ADHD and stuff, and just some other kids and stuff who had different things and conditions. There was one lad, he was really good at playing basketball. He was a pretty tall and thin dude. He had his arms and legs were really thin. I don't know what it was he had. I don't know if he was born with muscular dystrophy. I don't know what it was. He had some condition, and because of that, he had to live with really thin arms and legs that were really thin and what people would call bony. But thankfully, as far as I seen, luckily, I don't know what happened when I wasn't around, but whenever I seen him, no one was making fun of him or being rude, thankfully. And he got up there and he played ball and he was good. Now remember, I don't care about sports at all. I don't care about football, soccer, baseball, basketball, tennis, chess, checkers. I just don't care. It's not my thing. I'd rather be outside talking about how to hybridize 2 varieties of citrus trees to create an orange that both tastes sweet and is hardy to Zone 8B coastal Virginia. You don't know what that means? That's just 'cause that's my sport. I don't know what your normal people's sports mean, but to me and the way I grew up, that's a sport for me, and that's my thing. People don't understand me, and I don't understand other people. Big problem in my whole life growing up was not being able to find people who could really understand me, who I could talk to, who could connect with me, okay? That was my thing I did, and other people just don't care about it. They want to play football. I want to hybridize citrus and create the Coastal Virginia Citrus Agency. We're putting Florida out of business. I'm just kidding. I love you, Florida. Anyway, so, yeah, she signed me up for basketball. And to this day, I still don't know how to play basketball. I didn't know what I was doing. They tried to talk to me. They tried to teach me how. I listened, and I tried to understand. It's not like I'm mentally deficient and I can't understand things and be taught things, but I just wasn't in it. It wasn't my passion. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to be there. I was uncomfortable. The bleachers were full of people. There were people watching me, and if I got past the ball, everyone would look at me, and I just couldn't handle it. When I went to school, if I was late to class, I had to skip class. The teachers didn't make me, I did it. Because if I walk in the room late when everyone's already seated, I come in the room and everyone's going to look up and they're going to look at me. Even if it's only for a second, they don't care and they dismiss and they look at their papers. People don't be rude and be like, oh, he's late. Still is enough. I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle everybody looking at me. I can make a video and put it on YouTube and I can let 2.6 million people see it and I'll be fine. But if I walk in a classroom of 28 to 31 kids late, and they start looking at me, just for a second they look up at me, that's too many people looking at me. I can't handle it. I gotta get out of there. I just crash out. I gotta get out of there. I can't handle that. I can't handle too many people focusing on me. I can't do public speeches. I'm getting better with that now, because I grew up with YouTube and stuff. We'll get into that in a minute. Well, we'll get into that now before I go into the basketball. Yeah, so back in like 2017, 2018, when my adopted dad was still alive, when I was a kid young enough to make cringe videos that I wish I didn't make, but now that they're there, I'll keep them up, and I don't want them to be taken down. I made a YouTube channel, which unfortunately I lost. I can't access it. I don't remember the Gmail account or the password that's connected to that channel. I made a YouTube channel called Bob Ava. It's mostly just me saying cringe kid stuff and posting videos of my bird, making obscene titles like A word versus snake in my D word, and it's just a video of an invasive European starling coming out of an exhaust pipe on the side of our house. I made 2 videos of a totally real Phoenix caught on camera must-see video. They got thousands and thousands of views, and some disappointed and confused commenters, and some who really seen it just like I did. So, yeah, and that channel was one of my first. And I made channel after channel. In total, throughout my life, I might have made as much as 14 YouTube channels. And I've also collaborated with many other channels, and we'll probably get more into that later in a bit. So growing up, I watched YouTube videos. People think that I'm smart because I talk about a lot of stuff I know that most people never cared about and didn't get taught, so they don't know it. And it's stuff most people don't know. I talk about it and people think I'm really smart, you know? Because I got the same condition that Elon Musk and Albert Einstein. So, if there's something that interests me, that I'm passionate about, I can learn and study it and memorize it and become a living encyclopedia, a go-to source to learn about it from. Because I just read and watch videos and learn and absorb all that information like a sponge. And I can become an information source and project it out and teach other people. I can give examples and make demonstrations and show people stuff. But that's if I care about it. I didn't really care about basketball. But yeah, most of the stuff I learned that most people don't know, like about world geography and stuff, and geopolitics and plants, I either learned that from YouTube, reading articles online, or from Qarsherskiyan folks teaching me ethnobotany and plants that are edible or medicinal and cultural stuff. I didn't even read a lot of books, and they didn't teach me none of this stuff in school. They didn't teach me about Laos and Cambodia, and this is what the flag of Nepal looks like. See, it's not a square, it's 2 triangles. I learned this by watching YouTube channels like Geography Now, and being very passionate about it, like many other Qarsherskiyan folks my age were back in like 2020, 2021. We loved Geography Now. Many Qarsherskiyan kids online, like teenagers around that time when I was a teenager online, were very into Geography Now. And we loved the April Fool's nations he made. If you know, you know. That's a gold mine. Want to learn about the world around you? Start watching Geography Now. Trust me, you won't regret it. It's worth it. It pays off. It'll make you so much smarter than the average American your age. Anyways, yeah, so I got signed up for basketball, and I went in there. Some of those kids were big and way older than me and huge, and they made me feel small and weak. And I didn't know nothing about basketball, and I didn't want to be there, and I didn't care about it. So I was very uncomfortable. And for some reason, something that expected me, because he was my best buddy, and I never thought he was a basketball type either, but he was, and he was good. My best buddy, who, I'll shout out his name, because he's my best buddy, and he wouldn't mind, He'd be happy to get this shout out, especially if I become really famous one day. And this makes an autobiography out of me from this video. I have to give a shout out to my best buddy, Jaden Miller. He's a great guy, okay? Whenever people hated me because they didn't understand me, they thought I was weird, they put me down, Jaden was there for me. He's been my best buddy for more than 10 years. I know this because I remember the 2016 election when people were talking about, will Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton be the president of the USA? Remember that? Does that really take you back in nostalgia? I remember when that was going on and they were still talking about it and the results didn't come in yet. I was going to school and classmates would talk about it, and I had classes with Jaden. and me and Jaden would hang out and chat, and we was best buddies. We'd already known each other for a few years. And that was like 2016, right? It's 2025. So that's how I know I've known my buddy Jaden for like at least 10 years. And even after I moved and been through all this stuff, he's always been my best buddy. Even if we're busy in life and we get apart for a while, we use the internet to reconnect and talk to each other online. And then we go see each other in person again after years, and we're still best buddies, and we go over all the memories that we went through and how awesome it was. And we make new memories, and we hang out, and we have a good time. So that's one thing that motivated me to start looking forwards to come there every day, made me more comfortable, was because my best buddy Jaden Miller was there. But there was someone else there who I cared about a lot. A girl we'll just call the girl named AP. And she was really little. She was kind of short at that time. She's probably not too shorter than me now, but at that time I thought she was a few years younger than me because she was shorter than us. But despite being one of the only girls, if not the only girl on our team, and being really short, she could play basketball really well. And so AP, she was amazing. She impressed us all. And I was surprised to learn she was actually our age. If she wasn't my age, she was like a year or two younger than me. But I'm pretty sure she was our age. I didn't know she was just short at that time. At least to me, I thought she was. Because all of us was mostly taller than her by far. It was very noticeable. She was pretty short. But she played basketball amazingly. And that did not stop her at all. You know, it was impressive. You guys should have seen it. But when we'd be on the sidelines and it wasn't my time to play, I'd talk to my buddy Jaden if he was there with me, waiting to get in the game. And sometimes I'd talk to her, because I know she's a non-mahram, but this was before I was really introduced to the deen and halal, haram, and makruh. So I hope none of you would judge me for what I used to do, but by what I do now. Because that's what Ibn Taymiyyah said. We don't judge people by what they used to do, but by what they do now. I might not be the biggest fan of Ibn Taymiyyah, but we have to give him credit for the good things he has to say, right? Anyways, yeah, so I was sitting next to AP and I talked to her, and I kind of developed feelings for her. And she's not like this anymore. I hope you won't judge her. Maybe it's just a phase when she was a kid. Or maybe she is still into it. Maybe she's hiding it. Maybe she's to hide her faith, like taqiyya. Some Muslims get persecuted against and discriminating, and they have to lie and pretend they're a Jew or a Christian or a Hindu, so that no one knows they're a Muslim and discriminates against them. And they have to hide their faith. That's called being in taqiyya. I wonder if she might still have that faith, and she's just in taqiyya right now, or some kind of a taqiyya, or she really did phase out of it and become more like an American Christian. But I won't say who she is, but AP at that time was interested in witchcraft and dark magic, or at least that's what she was telling me. And she started doing something. And to this day, people will debate if I was gullible when I was younger, and if it was just an illusion, or she was really doing magic. But I sat next to her, and she could be like, "Watch this, Brennan, watch this." She'd take the ball and pointed it with her fingers. Someone throws it and shoots it. Midair. She doesn't say it loud. No one but me can hear her. She's sitting next to me, and she just says, "Miss." She's not yelling "miss" to distract the people shooting. They can't hear her. They're not paying attention to her, looking at her. They're in the game focusing. They shoot the ball. After they throw the ball in the air, she follows it by pointing at it with her finger. And she moves it. And she says, "Miss." And only I can hear her because I'm sitting by her. She's not saying it loud. No one else is noticing or paying attention. They don't hear her. And she makes it, or at least that's what I saw from my perspective. Some say I was gullible when I was younger, unlike today. Some say she was really using witchcraft or some kind of sorcery or magic. But I'm telling you guys what I saw. She pointed at the basketball with her finger and moved it in the air. The ball would change direction even if someone didn't put a spin on it like a curveball. And she wasn't just guessing, guys. She knew it was in the air, and I don't know if she was tracking it or she actually was using magic, like I definitely believed back then, and now I'm questioning. But she just knew. She'd say miss, and it would miss. She'd point at it and say it's gonna go in, and it would go in. When she started doing that and show me that, our team started making buckets. And I was watching. Some guy would throw the ball like a granny shot, and it would go up over her head and start a trajectory to go backwards and throw behind him. Someone who's like me and not too good at basketball. And she'd point and say it's gonna go in, and she'd make it go in. It would go up, up, up. It would start to go above their head. It would arc, and you could clearly tell the ball is gonna go behind him. This is indoors. There's no powerful fans circulating. There's no air current. I don't know how. I'm telling you, the ball would change direction, arc over, and go into hoop. When our team was playing, and she'd say it's going to do that, and it would do that. When the other team, there'd be a really good guy who makes it every single time. And the guy would get up, he'd shoot the basketball. After it leaves his hand, she'd point at it, she'd say miss, it's going to miss, and she'd point at it and move her finger as if she's moving it with her fingers somehow. And it would change direction and go down earlier than it looks like it should or could and miss. I don't know if I was just gullible when I was younger like some people think, or if the people were right like I believed back then. Some people are saying, and I used to believe when I was with her, that she was actually using some kind of magic or sorcery, witchcraft, whatever you want to call it, and actually had some influence. Whether that comes from God, angels, spirits, demons, or whatever you want to believe it is, she was doing something. If it was just an illusion, she was really smart about mathematics, and she never told anyone that or let on to that for anyone to know, not even her teachers. And she just somehow was knowing if it would miss. And like the people who never lose, she'd know the one time they're gonna miss. If she called that a shot was gonna miss, it would miss. If she said it was gonna go in, it would go in. The ball would seem to change directions in ways that defy logic. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I saw. You guys can make your own opinion. Even I now am questioning it after it's been a while, and I realized that not everything is it seems, and there are illusions in the world. I'm not gullible like people say I might have been back then, but I'm questioning it even now. But there's some people who weren't even there, who say they know her and they heard my story, and after I gave a lot of details and really explained different stuff she was telling me about how she did this stuff that I'm not going to get into because I don't want to encourage any kind of witchcraft or sorcery, there are people out there who said they're familiar with magic and stuff, and she was using dark magic. They said it's dark magic because it's selfish. She's making a team win or casting a love spell, for example, let's say. That's dark magic. They said it's white magic if you bless someone with good luck or prosperity. That's how those occult folks put it. That's not my expertise. I'll leave it to them. And she only knows what she was doing. The world can debate about it, but I want you to remember that that's what allegedly happened. That's what it was from my POV. And I developed a crush on her, so I started studying magic and stuff on the internet. I found a website, Spells of Magic, and only God knows if there's any truth to any of that or how real that is. But I was interested as a kid, not to say I believed all of it, but I made an account on there. Me being a dumb kid, I did some trolling and made some goofy spells that got me banned. The Twisted Tree spell, the Black Panther movie. If you know, you know. That stuff is wild. I logged into my account a couple months ago and said I was banned and couldn't post or do anything. I wanted to apologize and appeal the ban and tell people I'm older and serious now and I won't troll anymore. I made some... sorry, I just got something random in my spine. Sorry. I made some spells on there that was some trolling. Okay? I did some stuff on there just to mess with people. You know, it was something like, watch the Black Panther movie backwards this many times, strip down naked, eat this thing, do this by the highway, say this number of times, and then you will become an old, dead, twisted tree. There were comments saying that's not possible. Real magic won't transform a person into an old, dead, twisted tree. That's not how it works. There were people who, for some reason, believed it and said they were going to try and do it. I feel awful. I was a real mischief as a young'un. I never hurt no one, but I could troll. I could troll people. Now, in that time, I was looking forwards to it. Late 2018, 2019, I started practicing magic because I was doubting my faith. I had been going to a church called London Christian Community Fellowship every Sunday because I talked to some of the adults in my neighborhood. I know that might sound like a red flag or scary, but I mean, it's like my therapist said, I talked like an adult when I was a kid. Other kids my age was just playing video games all day, and I wanted to be outdoors. I wanted to talk about gardening, you know, stuff that back then most people thought only old folks do that. So I made friends with some of the old folks in my neighborhood, some of the senior citizens. And I was going to their house and bringing in plants, and they was letting me take home plants from their garden. And I was going in there like, you know, this is a windmill palm, and it can actually handle these temperatures, so if you do this to protect it, you could get this type of palm tree to grow outdoors in the ground in Ohio, if you do this to protect it. Like, really? Wow. You know, there was all kinds of information going back and forth. And I'm not trying to brag, but the truth is they said they was impressed with all the stuff I knew about plants and how smart I was. But it's not that I'm smarter than others. I don't think I'm superior to others. It's just my expertise is unusual for folks in my generation, especially back then when I was that age. Many stuff that kids my age were doing, they could tell you all about Fortnite, all the different Fortnite skins, the rules of the game, and they're smart about that. They're really smart. I don't know nothing about that. So it's not that I was really smarter than other people. It's just the stuff I learned and where I concentrated my energy of storing knowledge in my brain was in a different field. It made me seem really mature, to the point where people who went to local colleges and got degrees in horticulture were saying, wow, I didn't know that. And that's one of my proudest achievements. Maybe I'm bragging about it, but that's the truth. And that's my reward that pays off for all the studying I did, is that I get to tell people that I was teaching people with degrees in horticulture stuff they didn't know about plants and stuff, and things you could get to grow in Ohio. How you could make a tropical broadleaf evergreen garden in Ohio with certain lichens that look like Spanish moss and ferns that look like palm trees, and overwintering palm trees by protecting them with heated Christmas lights. You know, that Asperger's, that Einstein, that Elon Musk energy was kicking in. People like us, we got a field we stick to. For Elon Musk, it's rockets and cars and mechanical stuff. For Einstein, it's mathematics. For me, it was the wonderful world of biogeography and plants and animal life cycles and stuff, I guess. It was nature stuff. That was my expertise that I focused all my energy in on. That made me able to speak like I was a professor at a university. Because, well, I just went to YouTube videos. You can watch videos on YouTube of college lectures. So far yet, I don't have my college degree. Hopefully I can go and get one day. I plan to, God willing, if it's worthwhile. But I already got a college knowledge. You can find videos on YouTube of people in college giving their students lectures and teaching them stuff about this is a zygotic fruit. These avocados are highly zygotic. This is how you make the cutting. This is how you cross-pollinate the orchid, and you get the vanilla this way. You can learn anything on YouTube. And that's what I did. There's false information out there, but once you learn who is a trustworthy source and what could potentially be fake news and how to be cautious. Okay, this is a .com site made by a 13-year-old on Blogger. this is a government website, so it might have a bias, but it's from the government, so you know that. You know, once you learn where stuff comes from, and you learn how to fact check stuff, you can start learning all kinds of good stuff on YouTube. You gotta know how to, you gotta be careful, but you can learn anything once you get it down. Once you get that formula, I did, and I was all set. Now, I was doing good in basketball. At that time, I was really interested in AP. I really liked her. So I started studying the magic she was talking about. I started studying that stuff online, the magic spells, you know, and how to actually do real stuff. We ain't talking Disney. And that's what I was interested in at that time. I'm gonna let some more light in here. There we go. That's what I was interested in at that time, y'all. So that's what I was focusing a lot of my energy into. You know? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna tell you now. I really liked AP. And because I was so fascinated by her as a teenage dude, doing what teenage dudes do sometimes, if you don't check that and get them to keep the halal, which I hadn't been doing yet because I didn't know much about the deen, you know, I wanted to be with her and have a relationship with her, even though I wasn't old enough to get married or anything back then, obviously, and it wouldn't get nowhere good. I'm gonna close my window. We gotta close the window, y'all. Idin mara'ila. There we go. Beautiful sovereign live oak trees. Good day on the island. Let's close the blinds and turn on the light. Let's curate this like a studio. Let's get the professional lighting in here. Because we're about to get serious now, guys. This is where a wedge started to be drawn between me and my adopted family. This is where things start to get kind of serious and more relevant for today. In late 2018, I was having the best time of my life. I really had a crush on AP, and it wasn't a secret, but me and AP was basically dating, as teenagers in the USA often do, you know what I mean? And, yeah, I mean, one time we went on an away game, we traveled in the van, and after the game it was dark and it was night, no one could see us in the dark in the van, and yeah, she did kiss me on the cheek that one time, and me being teenage boy, that really excited me. That was the best night of my life, I thought, you know? So I was having a good time. I had been depressed before, but I wasn't then. I had nothing bad going on in my life. I was having a time of my life, and I had a lot to look forward to. After the basketball season ended, I still didn't know how to play ball. I never got good. When someone passed me the ball, I had to dribble it a few times so I looked around, and I found a teammate and gave it to them, and passed it to them as soon as I could. Because if I had the ball too long, I knew I'd make a mistake. I didn't even know what I was doing. I could make it go out of bounds, shoot in the wrong hoop, because at halftime they switched which hoop is who. The away teams becomes yours, and yours becomes the away teams. At halftime they did that for whatever reason. And they was really getting me all confused, and I just didn't care about it. So I just wasn't learning. I wasn't into it. It wasn't my passion. And I wasn't good at it, because I didn't care for it that much. So I didn't want to be good at basketball. I didn't want to be there. I only looked forwards to being there to see my buddy Jaden and AP, you know, or yeah, we'll call her AP. I don't want to say her name, because things changed, and you know, we're not together, and it's been a long time, and you know, just don't try and find out who she is. Don't worry about her. And I wonder if she was part of the Qarsherskiyan community. Most of the Qarsherskiyan folks in London were either Christians or atheists, But there were a few Muslim and there were a few folks who did hoodoo, and she seemed to know some stuff about hoodoo specifically. And she said stuff that only someone who knew about Qarsherskiyan folk magic could know. Stuff and information that isn't available anywhere on the internet, that nobody talks about. Not online, not to your friend at school. You either are practicing Qarsherskiyan folk magic or have been with someone who does, so you know about this, or you won't know about this. I won't say what it is, because it's stuff that you don't want to know what it is. Because one, you can't. Some things are closed practice that developed in certain families, and it's something outsiders either aren't meant to do or will mess up, or there's reasons why it's just not for outsiders. It's a closed practice, and you don't need to know it. And two, if I told you how to do certain things, and you went and do them, that would be my fault. And I believe certain things in regards to the occult and magic is a sin. I am not encouraging anyone to go out and interact with things or do things. We'll leave it at that. But I'll tell you, I wonder if she was Qarsherskiyan. She had dark curly hair and lots of freckles all over her face. I wonder. I don't know. You know, her family moved out of London, Ohio, to Appalachia, the hills of West Virginia and Kentucky. They've been moving back and forth across state lines. That's all I'll say about her. I don't want you guys to find her, contact her, and bother her. And I'm gonna respect her privacy. Unless she goes and tells me she wants me to tell y'all who she is. Which I don't think she will. We'll see, maybe. I don't know. But I really liked her, and we were kind of together then, long ago. Things changed. We're not now. It's been years, but that's the case then. And I was excited to see her. So 2019 comes, early 2019, and the basketball season with the special eds team is all over. I can't go there no more. But I wanted to see her, and I heard she was signing up for track. I can't remember if she actually didn't, or if things didn't work out like that and she was never there, or she was there. But I signed up for track because I wanted to see her and my best buddy Jaden. He was there too. And if you know me, you know that's crazy. I don't run fast. I walk and walk and walk and walk. I can walk 14 miles a day. I don't run. I don't beat people running on the flat. For me to beat people, you gotta get me in the woods. Because I know how to run through the woods silently without making a sound. I've learned things from the Qarsherskiyan community. You put me in the woods, and if you try and chase me, you won't catch me. I can put logs and all kinds of ravines and obstacles between you. Even if it's overgrown with invasive English ivy, I don't trip on those vines, and I can run through them even if they're knee-deep. And you won't be able to catch me or keep up with me. But if you're any average person, you put me on an open track, on the flat, open, cleared ground, and we run a race, you're gonna almost win for sure. I'm not known for being able to beat people in running races or being fast. Unless you get me out in the woods and get me in an environment where the average American just can't move through it too quickly or efficiently, or quietly at all. Only then do I have the upper hand in any kind of advantage. Then you'll lose me. You won't be able to catch me, unless the woods are too small and I run out of spaces to hide in. You really release me out in the mountains of Appalachia in the middle of nowhere, and you might as well kiss me a word goodbye. You ain't ever finding me again. Now, the thing is, I signed up for track just so I could see AP and my bestie Jaden. And even though I didn't like getting the sweat in my eyes and how it stinged, and I hated trying to run as fast as you can, run, that just wasn't my thing. I hated it. But I really wanted to be there and see them, so I did it, and I was happy to see them. When I got breaks, I was always hanging out with them and talking to them. I kept drinking lots of water. Yeah, and I was having a good time. But, I had a lot to look forwards to. And then, everything came crashing down with the house fire. This was the beginning of many things that drew a wedge between me and my adopted family, and also what led me into becoming the person who I am today, and how I was able to reconnect with the Qarsherskiyan community anyways. So, it was around March or April, maybe late February. It was early in year 2019. Our house caught on fire. It didn't burn down, but we couldn't go back because of the ashes and soot in the home made the conditions unbreathable. And we weren't allowed to take anything out of our home after we left. If we came back and took something, our insurance wouldn't cover us and replace all our things and give us new housing. So my adopted mom had to work with insurance companies and handle that. And it was a really bad time, one of the worst times of my life. But after that, the best times of my life came. The only reason they came is because I went through the worst time. So the house fire was a curse and a blessing for me, but at the time of the house fire, I didn't know what future I had ahead of me. So I just thought it was the worst thing ever, especially because of how it uniquely affected me specifically. You see, I believe it was either that day I got back from running the track, or I was supposed to run track the next day. At that point, I still had all my crystals. I was charging them in the window so the moon could charge them. That was before I gave up magic. I was still doing magic stuff back then, which I'm not too proud to admit, but that's what I used to do. But remember, we don't judge people by what they used to do, but by what they used to do now. So I still had the crystals, I still had the herbs, I still had magic stuff laying around. I was still into that a bit, because I wanted to impress April by showing her that I could too do spells and stuff. AP. I accidentally said A-per, which is like a, per is like a letter in one of the South Asian languages, but, you know, I mean AP. I'm kind of like a language nerd, you know, study different languages and phonetics. Anyways, you know, that's just because of the Qarsherskiyan community. They got me studying language and speech and human communication, but I'll tell you about that soon, how I got reconnected with the Qarsherskiyan community. It all started in early 2019 one night. I'd either just left the track, or I think it was the next day I was going to go to the track. But I remember because of this, I was anticipating that pretty soon I'll go to the track again. I'll see AP, and I'll see my bestie Jaden. We'll go there and have fun. So, yeah, I was there, and it was great. And I went to bed that night, and I went to sleep, waiting for the next time I'll get to go to the track and see him. I was pretty excited. I had a lot to look forward to. I wasn't depressed. I was having a good time in my life, you know? That night, in the middle of the night, dark outside, I was woken up, shook and awake. Why does my spine keep messing with me? I was woken up, shook and awake by my brother Timothy. Or, yeah, my brother Timothy. He woke me up, and he was telling me, Brennan, you gotta get up. You gotta get up. Wake up. I was like, what's going on? Why are you waking me up? I'm tired. I want to go to sleep. And he was trying to wake me up, and I didn't care. I thought he was just going to show me something or was messing with me. You know, because we were brothers, and he'd done that before. I was kind of used to any antics from him. So, you know, that was going on. And I was just trying to get back to sleep. And then, after that, he woke me up. He said, Brennan, the house is on fire. You got to go downstairs. So I got up, I yawned, wiped my eyes, and I come out of my room, and I look, and there's smoke. They turn on the lights, and there's smoke up in the ceiling, near the top levels of the house, up near the ceiling, smoke everywhere, and it looks hazy. Everything looks hazy, like it's blurred, you know. There's a lot of smoke in the house coming from somewhere. I'm coming down the stairs. My adopted mom is in the kitchen doing something, I think with stoves and pots is what I thought. So I thought, okay, so they was like cooking something, they forgot the stove was on, and it started smoking. And when they started opening the doors, I thought, yep, they're gonna open the doors and let all the smoke out, and I can go to my room and go to sleep. Because that's happened before, and I figured that's what must be going on, you know? Because sometimes that had happened before, and I figured The smoke's gonna clear up the house, it'll close up the windows and doors, and I can go back up to my room, get some sleep, get up in the morning, and tomorrow will be a good day, you know? But no, that's not what happened. I started putting my shoes on when they told me, get out, you gotta go outside. And my adoptive mom was screaming something like, Brennan, why are you putting your shoes on? There's a house fire, the house is on fire. You've got to go, you've got to get out the house. You go outside, don't worry about your shoes. I finished putting on my shoes and I'm thinking, okay, this is serious, something's up. They have us get in the van. And we get in the van in the driveway. And my adoptive mom comes out and gets in the van and pulls it up by the stop sign on the corner of the streets just outside our house. We lived on the corner. She pulls it up by the stop sign away from the house instead of in the driveway right by the house because she's worried about the fire spreading and us being parked right there. I'm thinking, okay, something's up. They're being really dramatic about this stove fire. That's all I can think. I didn't know how bad it was. And my brother Timothy was telling me, yeah, we had to get you up. We almost forgot you. I woke up in the middle of the night. There was smoke all in the house. And I had to go down to Mom's room. And I had to wake her up. Because my adoptive mom's room was like on a room halfway up the stairs and halfway down. It was like a platform halfway up the stairs. And her room was off of that platform behind the door. And so my brother Timothy was like, yeah, I had to go down the stairs. To go to Mom's room, wake her up. And wake up SH, which is our niece. He had to wake her up. They were going downstairs about to leave, open the windows and doors, and they told Timothy to go upstairs and get me. So my brother T had to come up and wake me up and get me to go outside. My brother A, he had left before we all went to bed that night. He was out with friends and wasn't around. He didn't know what was going on yet. It was just my mom, my adoptive mom, right? And my brother T, me, and our niece SH was in my mom's room. They were sleeping, and she was sleeping in my mom's room that night because she was little, and as the little kids do when they're scared. They want to sleep with their grandma, I guess. So, my brother Timothy said, we almost forgot you. He said that to me. They almost forgot me. I was the last person to wake up. They was downstairs getting ready to leave. And they had to send T up to go get me and wake me up and tell me to get out and leave. And then that all happened. So we're waiting in the van on the corner of the road. My adoptive mom comes crying tears. Depending on who you ask and sources, some people believe they were genuine. Some people believe they weren't real tears. I don't know. That's up for you to decide. But she was crying and calling people on the phone. She kept saying the same thing. Like she had this script. I don't remember it word for word. Like, she'd call someone and basically say, like, this happened and the house is on fire and we're getting out. And she'd be like, okay, I gotta go bye. She'd call someone else and say it again and again and again. She kept calling everyone we knew, saying the same stuff over and over. And then we went to a gas station on the other side of our little town, and now it's becoming a small city, London, Ohio. We went to the BP or Sunrise, I forget what it was called, the gas station with the green logo. The green symbol on the other side of town. I think it was a BP. Maybe it might have not been a green logo in a BP. Maybe it was a Shell. We went to a gas station near a street corner on the other side of town, which I'm pretty sure is still there today. And it's still the same one in business, I'm pretty sure. And when we went down there into downtown area past the courthouse, they filled the van up with gas, and they got us a bunch of snacks and drinks for the ride. I was coughing and others were coughing because we all had smoke in our lungs from just sleeping while there was smoke spreading and none of us knew and we was all asleep in the dark. And the smoke was filling up the house and no one could see, no one was awake. So we was all coughing, I was coughing, my brother T was coughing, my niece was coughing. I think maybe even my mom was coughing too. And they told us that my brother Timothy had to go to the hospital for his cast. Because he had broke his arm sometime before that, and he had a cast on for his arm to heal. So they told us, we're going to the hospital for Timothy's cast. We drove, it was from London, Ohio to Columbus, Ohio, somewhere in Columbus, so like a 30 to 45 minute drive probably. And no one was saying anything, it was dark, it was quiet, it was nighttime, I was asleep, it was really late. They were just driving. Nothing happening. Everyone's safe. We're out of the house. The fire department came. They pulled out burning furniture and stuff out the garage. They had said there were fire in multiple different places in the house. I guess they said someone started it. Someone set the fire. And they went in different rooms and lit different stuff on fire. And there were multiple points of origin. There were multiple fires in the house. The house didn't burn down, but because of all the ashes and soot and smoke in there, it wasn't safe and we couldn't go back, right? But at this point, everyone's safe, the fire's out, nothing's happening. There's nothing I can do. It's nighttime, everyone's quiet, and we're just driving and driving. And at some point I fell asleep. I don't know what the issue with that is. If I stayed awake, it would have been useless for me to just stay awake and sit there quietly staring out the window like I normally do. There was nothing for me to do. I was tired. I went to sleep. But people are saying that because I went to sleep, that must mean I'm not guilty and I didn't care about the fire, and that's suspicious. I don't understand how they're saying that. I don't know what people think I would have done. If they think I should have stayed awake and rolled down the window and jumped out the window and grew wings and flew back to London, Ohio like a bird, caw-caw, caw-caw, and shoot water out my mouth to put out the house fire and use enchanted water to restore everything and remove all the soot and ashes miraculously. I'm obviously being sarcastic. I don't know what people expected me to do. Everyone else was just sitting there quietly saying nothing, just sitting there. And it was dark and I was tired. So I fell asleep. I didn't even try to go to bed. I was just tired, and yes, I did fall asleep. I'm not ashamed of that. I don't think that's evil or makes me guilty or should be illegal or anything. I think I'm being pretty reasonable. Other people think that's really suspicious, I guess. Even though I was the last person awake. And they almost forgot me. Crazy, ain't it, bruv? So I wake up and we're at the hospital for Timothy's cast. Except, psych, nope, it's not for my brother's cast. It's for me. They take me to the hospital. They have these people questioning me. Why do you want to hurt yourself? Do you want to hurt yourself? Do you want to hurt others? Have you thought about killing yourself or harming others? Have you thought about harming yourself? Have you thought about killing others? I'm saying no, 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 no. I don't know why you guys are saying this to me. I was asleep. I was the last one they woke up. They almost forgot me. The house caught on fire and I was asleep. You know, the first person to wake up was my brother Timothy, and he got everyone else up, and I was the last person they woke up. You can ask him. I was out like a rock. I don't know what's going on. I didn't set the house on fire. I had to keep repeating myself. No, 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 no. And no one would listen to me, and no one would believe me. I don't know what they told the doctors. The doctors was to believe that I did it. There was an ongoing investigation, and as far as I've been told, they never found a motive or who did it or exactly what happened. Just that someone lit our house on fire. And so I was in the hospital, I think it was like 10 days. It must have been around Valentine's Day or Easter when I got out, because I was calling my grandma while I was in the hospital, my biological grandma, who I was able to stay in contact with her, and my Uncle C, her son. Those were two of my biological relatives that I had managed to remain close to, and they allowed me to stay in contact with them ever since I got adopted when I was 3. I didn't remember nothing about my birth dad. Apparently when I was a baby I really loved him, and I was devastated when my birth parents split and I couldn't see him no more, and that was apparent. But I was a baby and I just can't remember that back then. I had like one memory of my birth mother. I think it was me laying on the ground and hearing a noise and asking her what it was, and she said something like, it's a bug called a cricket, it chirps and she likes listening to him, or something like that. I don't remember, that was a long time ago. Other than that, the only biological relatives that I was in contact with from the Qarsherskiyan community really would be just, you know, some of my relatives on my adopted dad's side. Remember, he would be related to me by blood as my cousin. So I was meeting some of his nephews and stuff that I guess were like my adopted cousins, and they'd probably be my second cousins or something like that. I don't know, it's confusing. It's a complicated family tree. I got adopted by my cousin, but, you know, I didn't really see my biological parents or anything, but I was in contact with my grandma and her son, my uncle. That's part of my biological immediate family that I was able to be allowed to stay in contact with after I got adopted, even after all the years when I got older. So, I called my grandma and stuff because she was someone I was really close to and I cared about. I was telling her about what happened, and she sent me a basket of candy for the holidays. So I think I was in there like 10 days or some number of days, maybe as much as 2 weeks, maybe just 1 week, maybe it was a few days. I don't remember how long they had me in the hospital. It was at least several days. And around the time I got out, it was either around Easter or Valentine's Day, I'm pretty sure. Because I remember my grandma giving me a gift basket with candy and snacks in it for the holidays. I don't remember if that day was on the holidays or if the holidays were just close or around that time. Maybe it was the holidays when I first got checked into hospitals, but I missed it, so I got it when I got out. But towards the end of my stay in the hospital, I finally got the candy from my grandma. That's what I remember. And I got out, and we had to live in a hotel for a few months. We lived in one hotel for a few days, then we transferred to another one, and we stayed there for a few months. And I was so bored, every day I just wanted to go swim in the pool, or go downstairs to the computer and make stuff that I could print out with the color printers. I feel sad for the hotel staff. I have to apologize. They must have hated me, because I was like 13 years old, and I had to do something to keep busy, and I was so bored, I just printed so much stuff out. And I don't know how much that costed, and I must have printed during the few months I was there, maybe as much as 80 papers. Maybe not that much, but as much as that. And some of them were in color, and I think that's expensive, so I feel kind of bad that I did that. I didn't really know better, and I loved swimming at the pool while I was there, and I was happy to swim at the pool every day. That was my new life and how I passed by time. They even managed to get a bus to come pick me up and take me to the school I was going to in Columbus, because at the time of the house fire I lived in London, and I was joining the track events, and they had me on the basketball team thing, but they had me going to a school in Columbus, which I didn't like because my adoptive mom transferred me to that school for some reason, and it was a school for special needs kids, and it was a bit behind what I already knew. They were teaching me stuff in that school that I already knew, that I had been taught in school several years before. I wasn't learning anything new, and I really didn't like being there, because some of the kids were nonverbal and didn't even know how to speak, and I couldn't really find anyone I could relate to or talk to. The teachers seemed like they were just doing their job. They didn't really want to be there. They just had to put food on their table for their kids. And it was really depressing for me. In hindsight, I wish I could have gone to school there. We got free time. They had video games, they had arcades, we had a playground. When we finished our work early, we had free times. And I raced through that work. I already knew all that stuff. I had been taught it several years before in the public school system. So I could race through it and get it done way too quickly. And I'd have good grades, and I was still passing all my classes, and it wasn't sloppy. So I was just going to arcades and playing outside and talking to people and getting free time most of the time. And I was getting these bucks they paid us in called kroners, because the founder of the school was from some Norwegian or Swedish. They were from some Scandinavian country where they used coins called kroner. Maybe it was Denmark. But we had these school paper money that was like printed out paper at this school called kroners. We got them for being good. We could save up and buy snacks and cool stuff and stuffed animals and crystals. And they told me, "Hey Brennan, what do you like?" And I told them things they like, and they put that in the store for me and other kids to buy. So if I was good and I was doing good, I had good grades, I got kroners and I could buy stuff. So in hindsight, it sounds awesome. I wish I was going to school there and stayed, but when I was there, I couldn't be thankful for that and see that. I was just like, man, I already know all the stuff they're telling me. I learned this years ago. I already know it all. And all these kids here, I don't need to be here. This is for kids with special needs who are like, I don't want to say anything offensive or mean, but they were a bit more behind than the average person for the ages they were. It was stuff that I already knew. I didn't feel like I needed to be there. I missed my friends who I used to hang out with. I wanted to go back to the city schools, even though I hated the public schools in London, Ohio, because, you know, there were some racist people there and it was boring all day. It's not like we had free time and rewards, and once I got to middle school there was no more recess. But I wanted to go back there because that's what I was familiar with, and I had friends there, and it was good. Even though I had people who didn't like me there, there were people who did like me there and had my back, like my bestie Jaden, who I told you all about. There were others too. So while I was there, I really hated it, but once I got out and got put back into public school, I started to realize how good I had it and how fun it was there. But to be honest, if I went to school there, I wouldn't have a normal high school degree probably, because they were teaching me stuff I already knew. It was kind of way behind from where I was, and I wasn't actually learning anything. Sure, it was fun, but it probably wasn't good for me. I wasn't learning anything new. But anyways, they even got my bus to pick me up and take me to that school while staying in the hotel. Then, in June of 2019, I got some of the best news that I've had in my life so far. We're moving out of the hotel into a home. The insurance company got my adopted mom a new home by the water on the beach on Lake Erie in northern Ohio. Just outside Vermilion, in Vermilion city limits, but it was really outside the actual downtown Vermilion. We were next to a little place called Beulah Beach. So like if you draw a map, here's Beulah Beach. It's a camp for Christians, I guess, and it's by the lake. Here's the Grand Harbor Apartments, they're blue apartment buildings. Here's the house we're living in on a long thin lot so that we can have a lot of land, but we can afford it because it doesn't have as much lakefront. Then over here's these cottages people rented out called the Plaz Vilka cottages. Don't know if that's German or what. Then there was more buildings and stuff. And there was a creek by the Beulah Beach Christian camp thing called Chapel Creek. And it was like a mouth of the creek, like an estuary. And it had swamps and stuff. There were sandy beaches, there were docks. And when I was there, the water level in Lake Erie was unusually high, so there wasn't as much sand, and some of the beaches were underwater. But there were still beaches. We found seashells, the freshwater clams and mussels. We had docks, even though the end of it was mostly submerged underwater, kind of went down a bit. Our concrete docks, they weren't floating docks, so the high lake levels put a lot of it under. But yeah, it was a good time. I bought an inflatable kayak on Amazon with money I saved up from my grandma sending me money in cards over all the years. I went out and I went paddling on the lake when the waves weren't too big on calm days. Lake Erie's so big, it looks like the ocean. You can't see the other side of it. It has waves big enough to surf and sandy beaches. And Lake Hetches, it's freshwater. There's no sharks, except the occasional bull shark in the news every few years, because I guess those things can live in freshwater and make their way far inland. Bull sharks are crazy. Not only can they be found inland, but they're one of the more aggressive sharks too, so it's like, oh great. But they're so rare, and like, how would they even get over Niagara Falls to get to Lake Erie? That you don't really see them or hear about them. Just every few years in the news, someone's like, a bull shark was found in Lake Erie, or an alligator. It's gotta be escaped pets or something. Like, how'd an alligator get there? The nearest ones are just south of Virginia Beach. In the wild anyways. I don't know if it's a zoo animal or escaped pet. But yeah, it was great. We moved there in like June 2019. And in like maybe sometime between March, April, or May 2020, we moved out. I didn't even spend a full year there. Then they moved us to Lorain, Ohio, further down the coast of the lake. but we was like inland several miles from the water. But more importantly, we was in an area where lots of Qarsherskiyan folks are, that some of my friends I made there have documented on YouTube along with me. It's known as the Qarsherskiyan neighborhood in Lorain, Ohio. And it's mainly Qarsherskiyans and Puerto Ricans people there. Lorain, Ohio has a long history of Puerto Rican people living there. It seems all the place, gray cloudy sky, foot of snow on the ground, it's cold. Then you hear some music playing in Spanish, singing about coconut trees on a tropical island and Puerto Rican girls. And you look, there's a group of Puerto Ricans driving by with their windows down like it's a tropical island vacation. That's Lorain, Ohio. I don't know who leaves a bright, sunny, tropical paradise for northern Ohio. The only thing between you and Canada is a lake. But they was there, even in the wintertime. They lived there. They'd been there generations, and there was a bunch of them folks. Good folks. I went to school with them. But, yeah, I had some issues even there. Everywhere I went to in school, there was racism in some form, at least a few times. Some places it was way worse than others. Sometimes white people were making fun of me for being mixed and having curly hair, and say things like, "Why is your name Brennan White? Your name should be Brennan Black or Brennan Mixed," and just weird stuff like that. That is ridiculous. Sometimes I would go to school in black majority neighborhood, and these people would come to me. They said, "Hey Brennan, what do you think about black people?" I'm like, "Well, I don't know what you mean. They're just people, and they're black, and some of them are my ancestors." And they'd be like, "What? Really?" They'd be like so surprised that I'm part black. And I'd be like, "Well, yeah, look at me. Why do you think I have this hair and this tan and this nose? And why do you think my lips aren't thin and everything? Why do you think I talk the way I do? Why do you think I say I hate the white supremacist being racist to me and calling me the N-word?" Everything, like, it's just so obvious. When I lived in London, Ohio, everyone knew me and who my family was. And it was mostly white folks there, so I kind of stood out. People would just look at me and knew. When I moved to areas in neighborhood where most of the folk are black American, some of them just didn't know what light-skinned mixed-race kids look like, and they just thought I was some white dude, It was so weird. Like, one time, someone was like, "Brennan, do you say the N-word?" And I was like, "No, I'm not gonna say the N-word. That's kind of racist and offensive, and, like, what's the point of saying the N-word, And I was like, maybe if I'm at my home with my siblings or my friends, they say this to me and stuff, and I talk to them, but I don't go in public and just be saying the N-word." And they're like, "Why would you say the N-word at your house? You're racist." And I'd be like, "Well, me and my siblings were mostly mixed race, except Timothy, he's white. Me and my siblings and my family were all mixed and black folks, so some of them say the N-word to me, and that's just part of how they talk at home. I don't go in public and say that just because I don't say it. I don't need to. Why do I need to say it? What's the point of it? I just don't do it." And they're like, "You say it at your house? Do you hate black people?" I'm like, "No, I don't hate my ancestors. I don't hate myself." And they just act so shocked to learn that I'm mixed, and they just don't believe it. And I'm shocked that they're acting that way. I think they're being sarcastic or messing with me. I don't know if they're genuine or not. It surprises me, because I grew up with people singling me out for who I am. I come here, and these people are like, "Dude, what? You're part black? I didn't know you was one of us. I didn't know you was like that." And I'm like, "What do you mean was like that, or one of you? I'm just a person living my life. I don't know what to tell you." These people weirded me out. I wasn't used to this way. Anyway, we lived in Lorain, Ohio a couple years in a Qarsherskiyan neighborhood. I started meeting Qarsherskiyan folks. Someone said to me, I was having a conversation talking about my history and my life and what it was like growing up, answering questions they asked me. They said, "Wait a minute, your last name is White, and you're adopted by the White family, who's related to the Whitelow family. You were born with the last name White, though. You're related to the White and Whitelow family. And you lived in London, Ohio, with the Whitlow and Napper families. And I'm like, yeah, that's right, that's all true, yeah, why? And they're like, dude, you're Qarsherskiyan. I'm like, yeah, I heard that before somewhere. Is that like some kind of tribe or these Creole people? Yeah, I'm from this community. And they're like, dude, why didn't you tell me you was Qarsherskiyan? Why didn't you tell us you're Qarsherskiyan like us? You know, we heard about the people in London. They're the ones who invented Ohio Creole chicken, which is basically just taking fried chicken and rolling it in caramel sauce. And sometimes you take a broccoli, and you know how a broccoli is the stem, and then all the little green dots that are green flower buds? They would take the green flower buds off the broccoli head, leave the light green stem, they cut off the dark green dots, the broccoli flower buds. And they take a chicken, they roll it in caramel, they sprinkle the broccoli flower buds on it, and they eat that. That's Ohio Creole fried chicken. The Qarsherskiyan people in London, Ohio invented that. Many people say in the early 2000s, some people claim variants of the recipe without broccoli have been around for a long time. And it originated in London, Ohio, among the Whitlow and Napper families. They're the Qarsherskiyan families that live there. And so I learned about this. And I was like, so you guys all the way up here know about my family and me. Why? Like, we're not famous or anything. And like, you guys are Qarsherskiyan like us. We're all one people. We learn about the different families all over the USA and Canada. And so that's how I got introduced. I learned about the Qarsherskiyan community. I reconnected. And that's when I began working on the projects. Once I learned about the culture, I told them some of the medicinal plants and the edible plants that I knew about to forage in the woods, that I learned from my cousins down in London, Ohio. And sometimes they'd be like, oh, we eat that too. We can show you some. There's some over here in the woods under the Lofton Henderson Memorial Bridge by the Black River in Lorain, Ohio. Or they'd be like, oh, really? What's that? I never heard of that. Sometimes they knew exactly what I was talking about and they used it and ate it too. Or sometimes they didn't know what I was talking about. There's like American chestnut. Those are really rare. We know where there's a big tree that's like 17 feet tall and it produces edible nuts. But we can't roast them. They take me to this tree, we get the nuts and we have to start planting them to grow them. Because our sacred icon, the American chestnut tree, it's going the way of our other sacred icon, the Carolina parakeet. We don't want it to go extinct and we gotta save it. This is the Florida variant of the American chestnut tree right here. I got a few tissue samples. Notice the shape of the leaves have these hooks, but they're curved. They're bent over like ocean waves. That's how you know it's an American chestnut, not a Chinese chestnut. There's other ways to tell too. And yes, there are American chestnut trees in Florida. They've reported native populations in 2 counties in the Florida Panhandle for a long time. And that's well documented. In modern times, people further south near the tri-convergence point of Lake Sumter and Marion counties around Lake Weir area, Carney Island, they find American chestnuts growing on wooded lots or in the woods. And they're stumps that resprout and die and they got the blight. They said it's a wild native population. But it's not on any of the maps online of where American chestnut is native to. And so it's a debate if Qarsherskiyan people brought it down here and introduced it, and it somehow survived in the borderline 9B, 10A winters, or if it's actually native to the area and just grows here. And just all this time, the science and the European explorers never found it and documented it being here. And it was just under people's noses. But people, when I visited Florida, some of the Qarsherskiyan folks down there had taken me and showed me some in the woods. And some of them, they tried to post it on iNaturalist, and people like, that's not an American chestnut, that's an Allegheny chinkapin. And they're like, no, we swear it's an American chestnut, look at the leaves, Look at how the stem is brown instead of green, and it's not hairy. And look at how it's thin at the leaf base. It's not white. It's not a Chinese chestnut. No, it's not an Allegheny chinkapin. Look, here's the stump. We found it. It was a big tree, but it was dying, and it started resprouting. But you can see all this dead wood. That's a huge tree. That's an American chestnut. Allegheny chinkapin doesn't get that big. They tried to reason. iNaturalists started banning and reporting their accounts, saying that there's no way these American chestnut trees are in Florida. They have to be posting a fake location, and they didn't actually take these photos where they're saying it is. And they're like, no, look, here, we'll take a video of us walking in. They post it on YouTube. They send an email to iNaturalists with the link to the YouTube video, like, look, this shows exactly where the American chestnut tree is. We walk by this load sign that says so-and-so right here by this store by the highway. We go in the woods, we take this path such and such. I can't tell you guys how to get there. It's an endangered population. But they were like, look, the American chestnut trees are right here. And their accounts got banned on iNaturalist because people were saying that they're arguing with us saying it's an American chestnut when it's an Allegheny chinkapin or a Chinese chestnut. They're like, look, here's how you identify an American chestnut. Here's what we have. It's an American chestnut. It's undisputable. We'll send it in for DNA testing. And so then iNaturalist is like, you guys are reporting the locations of this with a fake location. So yeah. But anyways, that's a bit off topic. So I've been trying to bring American chestnuts from up north down to Florida and send it to them to see if they can get it to grow there and plant them in open clearings in the woods in well-draining moist soils in different spots, see if they can get rooted cuttings to grow. Thank you TSA for not taking my cuttings and being so chill. And hopefully we can get some more growing and get a breeding population reestablished, because some of the American chestnut trees we found growing wild down there are just dying. They keep resprouting and dying, and they have the blight. And fungicide, mud packing, nothing seems to save them. But if we establish a new population nearby, but like upwind and through thick trees and far away enough, the blight might not reach it. And we might be able to establish a breeding population and see if they actually grow. It seems like the sandy soil protects them from Phytophthora root rot, and it's just so far away from any other American chestnut trees that the blight isn't really down here much. So they can just grow here, and I guess it gets just cold enough in winter for them that it's not too warm of a climate here. But they found them at Coney Island, and then the park ranger came and ran them over with an ATV and said, "That's a weed." Oh, what? I thought that was a dandelion. Like a dandelion with a woody stems? Who are these park rangers? I'm not going to say their names or who they were. I don't know how they're park rangers. But, yeah, we're doing what we can down there. Hopefully I'll go down to Florida again soon one day and see if they're making any progress. I do what I can to help the Qarsherskiyan folks down there. I can't say much about the Ocklawaha Maroons, but if you know, you know. Anyways, so yeah, when I was in Lorain, Ohio, I got reconnected with the Qarsherskiyan community. And they told me about all the internet lore that youth and young people in the Qarsherskiyan community online were building. You see, they wanted to make a story about a place. Like, they wanted to do a story about things they experienced in the Qarsherskiyan community. But if they use real people's names and stuff, they can't do that, and it will not work, and they could get sued or whatever, or something bad happens legally. They couldn't. So they made a story based off a true story, but they changed the names of the people's families and location. So among the Muslims in the Qarsherskiyan community, mainly among Shia, there is some folklore. No one really believes it, it's just folklore. But they say there's islands in the Atlantic Ocean called the Green Islands, or Jazira Khidra, or something like that. The Khidra Islands, the islands of Khidr. You know, like Khidr, the mystical figure. Some of the Sufis in the Qarsherskiyan community would like almost venerate. But the Green Islands, they said, have the Imam Mahdi, and there's some hadith that people had, like in Azerbaijan or somewhere, about these Andalusian sailors who go out in the Atlantic. They hit a patch of calm sea, a sea of milk, that protects and surrounds these islands. It sinks anyone who comes with hostile intents, and any ship who comes with good meaning and will makes it across this calm, milky-like sea. They get to these islands called the Green Islands, or Jazira Khidra, or Khidra Jazira. And they find Imam Mahdi and some of the Ahl al-Bayt descendants, and the Alids, and the Alawi families who descend from Imam Ali, and all this stuff. There's the whole story. You can look it up on Google. There's a lot of lore about that somehow, maybe through the internet, or maybe passed down traditions from Muslim immigrants that intermarried with Qarsherskiyan Muslims. I don't know. No one seems to know how, but somehow some Qarsherskiyan folks have lore about this place from this old hadith from like Persia or Azerbaijan, far from West Africa, where the Muslim roots of Qarsherskiyan folks originate. But then again, whenever Muslim immigrants come to the USA, if they want to marry other Muslim, they have a limited option. And some of them married into Muslim families from the Qarsherskiyan community sometimes, and that could definitely influence culture and lore and fiqh and all kinds of things, you know. There's a lot of undocumented history that went on behind closed doors among families and people's households. And not everything gets written down. We don't know where stuff comes from. A lot of Qarsherskiyan history and folklore and culture has relied on oral history. We just don't have a lot of documented stuff, unfortunately. And a lot of that is a safety mechanism to avoid persecution and discrimination. You know, not only did Walter Plecker destroy people's documents, but people would destroy their own documents. Later, Qarsherskiyan folks sometimes wanted to pass as white to avoid discrimination, and they changed their names' spelling slightly, and they destroyed their birth certificates and documents, labeled them as colored or mulatto, or free people of color, or Negroes, or other terms they were labeled as. They would have destroyed documents and hide their identity, move to another town, spell their names slightly different, and they just tried to live as a white person and hide any of their culture or folklore behind their closed doors. So because of stuff like that, a lot of things is missing in history, but it's there in folklore and oral history. The issue is white people and secular science doesn't take that seriously. It's a big issue our community face. But anyways, I was online with some of the other Qarsherskiyan kids, specifically Muslims in the Qarsherskiyan community, a lot, and they became good friends of mine. They told me about Bahari Terra, the fictional island nation based off of the lore of the Khidra Islands, and how they were going to use this Bahari Terra lore to make a story about this mixed, isolated community called the Bahari Terran people from the islands of Bahari Terra. And it was a religiously diverse island nation with mixed people from different parts of the world all over. Sound familiar? They made some story loosely based off of the Qarsherskiyan community. That way they could tell fictional stories and cool folklore and fairy tales and great fantasy novels. But in order to do that and make fiction novels, they didn't want to write it about the Qarsherskiyan community, because it's like disrespectful. It's like they're making up stuff about our community. And that's a problem because a lot of our history relies on oral tradition and folklore. So if people write fictional stories about the Qarsherskiyan community, that attacks our identity because it's invalidating our history. And it's not helping our case with the white people and the secular scientists who are like, we need to find out where this belief originated. We need to find a source of this tradition. Is there any history books saying Qarsherskiyan people did this? And we can't answer to them because a lot of stuff just wasn't documented and preserved. We relied on oral history and what our grandparents and parents told us. not a book with an ethnography on us. That just doesn't exist, or at the time it didn't exist anyway much. And so it's like really rude and disrespectful for someone to write a fiction or a fantasy story about our community. None of us would ever do that. So they made something loosely based off our community. Bahari Terrace stories were born. And I got heavily involved in helping them write the Bahari Terrace stories. Using the knowledge I knew about the Qarsherskiyan community, I could build a profile for the Bahari Terrans. And I helped them with other similar projects that were inspired by Bahari Terra, such as Alea Lea Toll and Motunui Loa. And I was featured on the YouTube channels of these other Qarsherskiyan kids. They posted videos they took of me, or I sent them videos and I gave them permission to post it to their channels. Or they did a video and I starred in the video. And then I was featuring in their channels, and I had posted YouTube videos before when I was a kid. Remember those cringe videos? So I knew how YouTube worked, and I made my own channel or two. And before long, I was involved in the Qarsherskiyan community. That's how I got to where I am today, by collaborating with all these people. So now there's many channels that posted videos of me, and I have a couple of my own channels where I posted videos of me and some other folks too. Anyways, when I was in Lorain, Ohio, and all that was going on, our neighborhood was what people would call the hood or the ghetto sometimes. Some places were run down, and people were desperate and deprived of opportunity, so the crime rate was a bit higher. So I couldn't really do much. I would have to sneak out of my house at night and run to Lake Erie, because my adopted mom didn't want me going too far. She was worried about me, you know? But when we moved from Lorain, Ohio, guess where we moved? I was living in Lorain, Ohio, by chance in the Qarsherskiyan neighborhood. I met all these folks who filled in some blanks for me and got me reconnected. And then guess where we moved? My adopted mom wanted to live somewhere south where it's more warmer in a coastal beach town. But she also needed affordability. She needed to be able to afford to live there. You know who else lives in the southeast and wants to live on the coast in a beach town kinda, but somewhere affordable? We moved to Newport News, Virginia. There were a lot of Qarsherskiyan folks down there. We lived there for a few years, and then in May 2025, we moved to Fayetteville, North Carolina, another city in the American Southeast with around 200,000 people, a large military presence, and most importantly, lots of Qarsherskiyan people. Isn't that a coincidence? Newport News and Fayetteville are the same. They both have a big river going through them. Fayetteville has the Cape Fear River. Newport News has the York and James River. They both have around 200,000 people. They both have a large military presence. They're both pretty diverse and around like half white, half black, and everything else in the USA. They both have a large Qarsherskiyan community. They're both known for having good and bad neighborhoods. You know, Fayetteville used to be called Fayetteville. Newport News used to be called Bad News. You know, it's like crazy, the similarities for these two cities far apart. And through the Qarsherskiyan folks that live in these two cities, and the military families that move from one base to another, there is a bit of a connection. I wonder if that's why they ended up being so similar somehow. After that, though, I moved to Fayetteville, North Carolina in May 2025, right? And growing up, year after year, my adopted family had gotten more strict. It was around 2020 in Lorain, Ohio, when I ended up converting to Islam, but I didn't learn instantly. It was a gradual process. I learned a bit by bit. The Quran wasn't revealed overnight. It was revealed over the course of 23 years. So, you know, the intention is to make it easy on the people. They learn the faith gradually over time. They don't just convert and overnight they're a practicing Muslim who knows everything about Islam. It took me quite a while. So even after I converted, there's stuff that happened where I hope people won't judge me because I didn't know then, but I know now everything I know. We don't judge people by what they used to do, but by what they do now. Anyway, growing up, my adopted family didn't understand me more and more. Okay, my older brother A, sure, he was the biological son of my adopted dad. He's a Qarsherskiyan descendant, but he didn't really know much about that or care about that. He just knew that when our dad was still alive, he used to say he was tricolor. You know, he'd say he's like a... It's kind of funny, okay, guys? He would say he's black down there. You know, he looks kind of whitish here and stuff. And like he's Native American in here in his heart. He'd say stuff like that, like how he's tricolor, you know, black, white, and brown and stuff like that. You know, we'd be at a Mexican restaurant and people would think that he's Hispanic, even though he's what most people consider a light-skinned black American. People'd start talking to him in Spanish. He'd go, I ain't Mexican, guys. I don't know Mexican Spanish. He'd say he is Native American. He'd be like, oh, really? From what Indian tribe? If you're Indian, he'd be like, the Monig. That stand for more Negro than Native American. Or, you know, that's what he'd say. That's just what he'd say. That, you know, I'm not trying to offend no one. That's just what he'd say. He was a really light-hearted, funny guy. A really great, nice guy. And he'd been through quite a lot. But he persisted. He took care of us while he was alive. After he passed away, year after year by year, we were just raised by my adopted mom, white mom. She was further removed from the culture. If my adopted dad didn't talk much about it or say too much, she knew and said nothing, really. That's why, only in the last, year or two, did I even learn that this exists, and it doesn't have to hurt to comb my hair. And I only learned from my grandma, like a month or two ago, about lotion and how you shouldn't be ashy, and that's not normal. She didn't know about raising mixed-race kids or anything that's kind of more unique to us, you know. She tried her best, but also as I got older, she got more and more strict on me and expected more, of course, because with age comes responsibility. But at the same time, she didn't grant me more privileges like she did some of the other kids as I got older. I never had sleepover friends over. Absolutely never went to another house to sleep over, like my older brother A did, you know. They didn't teach me how to drive. I'd been asking for a job since I was 15 years old. Wanted to make some of my own money. They didn't give me a chance to do that when I had independence. I'm only just now learning about banking, money management, saving, budgeting, how to use a debit card. I'm just now learning all that, right? And I still don't know anything about cars or how to drive. I don't even know how to start a car. Not because I'm, behind and not smart about it. Just no one ever taught me. I'm about to start learning that. I'm learning how to be an adult because in September 2025, I'm pretty sure it was September 9th, I ran away from home. I'm not going to go into details about the arguments and stuff I started having with my family, but after my dad passed away, and then especially after the house fire, which they blamed me for, a wedge was driven between me and my adopted family that just kept getting wider and wider over time. And I pleaded with them and tried to tell them what was happening and how I felt and all kinds of stuff. And they wouldn't take me seriously and never did much about it, and it just got worse and worse. Okay? I'm not gonna pretend, oh, poor me. Yeah, they didn't put their hands on me. Yeah, I wasn't abused. But stuff happened that didn't sit right with me. And I believed that I was smarter than they think I was. I can learn how to get a job. I can take care of myself. I'm not slow. I don't need a caretaker. Okay? I am 20 years old now. I was 19, about to be 20 when I ran away in early September. Remember, I was born in October. I ran away right before I turned 20. Okay? When I ran away, my adopted mom brought her dad up from the state of Georgia. Someone I never really met or seen before, and he was older guy. He couldn't take care of himself. They wanted me to help take care of him. I wasn't getting paid for it, and I'd never been given that responsibility. They expected me to take care of someone else. But they didn't believe that I could take care of myself. I wasn't allowed to get a job and make money or go to college or learn to drive. I wanted to be an adult, move out the house, start my own family, save up money, get my own place. Maybe I can get married and start my own family. Just normal stuff. But I was trapped and I couldn't do it. I wasn't allowed to take the steps to get there. I was cleaning up after myself and other people. I did the dishes most of the time. Sometimes my adopted mom did. Usually it was me. There was responsibilities I had to clean up after other people and after myself. No one else ever cleaned up after me. I never wanted it and didn't ask for it and expect it, but my point is, I had to do things that no one else had to do. Especially after my brother T moved out, when it was just my adopted mom, my older brother A, and me, I had to do things that others don't. When I complained to them, they said, "You have a good life, you have clothes, you have food, you have a roof over your head, stop being all poor me. That's exactly the way your brother T talked," and then he ran away and didn't come back. Really, they kind of forced him though, because he got kicked out of the house. But when they wanted him to come back, I guess, he didn't. I don't know. And they said, "You're gonna be just like T." That's how he was talking before he ran away. I didn't think so. I was like, no, I'm not gonna run away. I'm listening to you guys. I'm being a good person. But it just kept getting worse and worse. I'm not gonna go into detail or tell you. It's personal stuff, and if I say too much, they'll get really upset, and the wedge is just gonna keep getting wider. But stuff happened, guys. Day one, when my adopted mom's dad came over and I got to meet him, I had to watch him all day long. I sat on the couch for hours watching golf with him. Remember, I don't care about sports. I hate sports. I'm not interested in sports at all. I don't like sitting still indoors. And remember, they didn't think I could take care of myself. They expected me to take care of someone else. I wasn't being paid for it. I wasn't allowed to have a job. Think about this. People tried to say that I was ungrateful. I believe I was being perfectly reasonable and that I had a right to leave if I wanted to. I'm an adult, I watched him all day long for hours. He didn't get up until 12 p.m. And I asked him if he was hungry. He said he's not hungry. He usually doesn't eat when he first gets up in the morning. He waits a little while after he gets up and then he gets breakfast. He didn't want breakfast, so I made him breakfast at 4, and I gave it to him. I was like, here's some breakfast. He'd been up for 4 hours just watching golf. I'd have to help him go up and down the stairs into the restroom. If he fell, I was supposed to catch him. And they know me and know my strength is mostly in my legs. How can I catch a grown man falling? He weighs about as much as me, I was not trained to do that. I wasn't taught to take care of people. I didn't work in a nursing home like my adopted. He just wouldn't eat a lot of food. Even if I gave him the whole plate of everything I was told to make him, he'd just be like, "Wow, this is all for me?" And I'd be like, "Yep, my mom told me to give it to you." He'd be like, "Thank you." And he'd eat just a little bit of it. And then he didn't want to finish it. So, I don't know what was up with that. That's just how he was. But I did everything he was supposed to do that day. And then my mom comes home after I watched him all day for free without a choice and had to, and did everything she said. She had to complain about the things I didn't know better because no one ever taught me how to do it, and it wasn't my job. I never worked in a nursing home. She was like, "You gave him medicine with water, but not with food?" And I was like, "Yep." He got up, I gave him his coffee, I gave him medicine and water to wash it down like you said. He said he wasn't hungry, so I made him his food later. And then he did eat a bit of it, but not all of it. There's still some sitting right there. It's been all day and he still hasn't finished it. And I keep telling him, reminding him, it's his food in case he forgets. And she's like, "You didn't feed him until 4 hours later. You're starving him, the poor man. And you're supposed to give him medicine with food. It's gonna mess him up. It's all your fault. It's your fault." As if I'm supposed to know what I was never taught. I don't work in hospice. I don't work in a nursing home. I don't know this stuff, guys. How can she be mad at me? And I was in trouble. I was grounded. They wouldn't tell me how long. I didn't know if it would be weeks or months, several months. They told me I couldn't go outside at all, but I still had to watch this guy, like half of the week. Whenever my adopted mom was at work, I'd have to watch him. That was too much for me. So, it was September 8th, the day I decided I wanted to run away from home. And I started packing my stuff. And I asked my adopted mom if I could take some trash out. And I'd get my stuff and run it out the door and run it to a secret location down the road. I won't say where, just in case, because I don't know if she's gonna adopt more kids in the future. If any of them ever want to run away, I don't want her to figure out how I escaped, just in case it prevents other kids from escaping, if she's prepared for that. Because she apparently, before I was adopted and when I was little and can't remember much, there were a lot of foster kids she raised. And none of them ever see her, they don't visit her, so you never hear from them except like every few years they come at a funeral and they see her, and then they're gone. You know, all these people, she raised them, she took them and cared for them, and they don't want to come visit her and see her. I grew up hearing about that. I just thought, man, they're all so ungrateful, right? And then I was the one who ran away. Here's the crazy thing, I ran away because I wanted to live on my own, not because I didn't want to see them no more. And I wanted to and stuff and visit them for family holidays that they celebrate. Yeah, I know about Thanksgiving. I don't really celebrate Thanksgiving, but I have relatives that do. They eat and make the dinner, they give me dinner, and I thank them. And they don't know the history and what happened and what it really stands for. And I see them, and that's when I can go and see them. And I wanted to go see them still and show up, and stay connected with them. But they kept pushing me away even after I ran away, guys. I ran away. I wanted to run on the 8th, but I had a buddy who heard my story. I told him, the only person I knew too well in Fayetteville, someone from the Qarsherskiyan community. My fellow Qarsherskiyan brother, you know who you are. Remember what chatti forever. If you know, you know. Anyways, that's a joke we had going on. But, Wachati forever. The Wachati tribe. Anyways, so my friend helped me out because they heard what was going on. I told him, the only person in Fayetteville, North Carolina who I could trust. He said, you can stay with me at my parents' house until about a month from now. We're going to go to a camp in the Appalachian Mountains, and you can come with us and go to the camp. And then you can go on to stay with your relatives, and we can help you if you need help getting there. These guys paid for me to eat and stay there. They gave me a spare room to sleep in. Everything, guys. These guys helped me get my birth certificate, buy it online for $26. They helped me find out what is and understand about Social Security cards, and they helped me get my number. They ordered a Social Security card to arrive at the house of a friend or relative that I was scheduled to go visit, because after I stayed with them, I was going to be bouncing all over the country from place to place. So I've been all over the Mesoravand, the homeland of the Qarsherskiyan people, in the last few months, visiting many of my friends and relatives, learning everything an adult should know, how debit cards work. I got a bank account and I know how that works. And I'm learning how to cook. I'm gonna learn how to drive. I'm gonna have a chance to go to college. I'm gonna get my first job. All the stuff I wasn't allowed to do, I can finally do now because I ran away. The first day or two after I ran away, my adopted mom kept blowing up my phone, texting me and calling me, playing psychological terror games. That's what drove me away further, because I wanted to keep visiting on Thanksgiving and stuff, but once I ran away, it's like they revealed some kind of a true character to me that I just didn't see before, as if I had Stockholm Syndrome, I think. And that scared me, and I'm scared to go back now. I left a lot of my stuff. I couldn't bring everything I owned, and a few backpacks, and, it was hard. I have stuff that I still want to go back and get, but I can't get it yet because I gotta save up money to get a U-Haul truck and someone who knows how to drive one, and find someone I trust to go in with me, or get the cops to go in with me and watch me and make sure, because I'm scared to see my family. in public, when they post stuff online, in public they act cordial. If they send me messages, they act cordial because they know I can screenshot it. But if or when I see them in person, I don't know what they're gonna do, guys. They're mad as mad is because I ran away from home. They started posting on Facebook and online saying I was missing and stuff. And my sister A, my adopted mom asked her to post stuff. She falsely claimed that I had schizophrenia and that I ran away from home for no reason other than a schizophrenic episode. That's how she tried to justify and get people to look for me. Because people are like, he's a grown man, can't he move out if he wants? And so she had to have an excuse, so she lied and told everyone I was schizophrenic. And they said, Brennan is crazy, he can't take care of himself, he's a danger to himself. Please help me find my little brother, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Please help me find my little brother. He has schizophrenia. He went crazy and ran away for no reason, and we can't find him anywhere. We're so worried because we don't know if he's okay, which is all lies, guys. And I exposed it as lies. They got mad at me. She took her post down, and she kept saying, Brennan, you need to get you and your friends to stop posting about me. And I was like, I didn't tell any friends to post about you or say anything bad about you. I just told the truth. I don't have schizophrenia. I'm not crazy. I ran away for a reason. I'm not missing. I'm okay. I can take care of myself. I'm an adult. No one needs to look for me. And people saw that and they got mad at her. And so people started like questioning her and being like, leave him alone. Just leave him alone. Stop looking for him. He doesn't want you to find him. Just leave him alone. And so she came to me and she was like, so you got your friends to start harassing me. It's like, no, I didn't tell no one to do anything. It's just evident that I'm fine, I'm not missing, I wasn't kidnapped, and I'm completely sane, and I just chose to leave, and I'm an adult. And everyone can see that, and so they want you to leave me alone, and I just hope you'll leave me alone. It's not to be rude, it's not disrespectful, but I just believe I have the right to self-determination and to be in control of my life and live for myself and not for others, just to live to make people money and do chores. Because, they had some lady show up with a clipboard right before I moved out of Newport News, made me sign a document they wouldn't really let me read and get a good look at it, saying that my brother A is my caretaker and he should get paid to take care of me by, I don't know if it was the city or the government, some kind of welfare program or what it was. She was like a social worker or something. And I didn't want to say yes because I was thinking in my head, what? My brother A, he doesn't take care of me. It's not that he's a bad brother or anything, but like, he's just chill. He minds his own business. He plays video games and does streams so he can make him some money. And he minds his business and keeps to himself, He doesn't watch me and babysit me. Before I had to watch my adopted mom's dad and I met him, I used to just go outside and run around all day and then come home and eat dinner and shower and stuff. No one watched me. And, I was over the age of 18. I was an adult when that happened. It was right before I moved to Fayetteville, North Carolina. So I was a little over 19 and I was going to turn 20 later that year. That was this year. Yeah. So I had to sign the papers though because my brother and my adopted mom, they were both there. And I knew if I said no or something, that social worker's gonna leave and they're gonna be like, Brennan, why couldn't you just sign it so your brother can make some money? And I would have gotten in trouble or something. If they see this, they'll say, no, you won't get in trouble in public so they look good. And then behind closed doors at the house, I'll be in trouble and they'll be mad at me. That's the truth. I know him. I grew up with him. I lived with him all my life since I was 3. I know him more than random people in public who never lived with him and knew him like that. I'm telling you, if I didn't sign that paper, they were going to ask me why, and they were going to be upset with it, and I would have probably gotten in trouble. So even though the social worker said it was a choice, it kind of wasn't, and I wanted to read the paper, and I couldn't. So they didn't really say, they just kind of like, it's here. They didn't let me read it. They were like this. The paper's here. this is the paper. You just sign and he's your caretaker. See, the paper's here. They didn't like let me actually read it like this and see, it says this and this. You know what I mean? That woman just was like, sign it. It's basically your brother's gonna get paid to take care of you, like he usually does. In my head, I'm like, what does that mean? You mean like by just minding his business and playing a video game and streaming it so people are sending him money, his fans, while I'm outside and he doesn't know where I am, and I'm just running around the woods hanging out with friends that my adopted family don't even know who they are and that they exist and don't care about it? Like, you know? So I signed that paper and he became my caretaker. They made money that way. So, you know, after I ran away, I started talking to people about everything and why I ran away and what happened. They started opening my eyes more and more. Like, wait, so you're telling me you had to do this and this and this and this and this. You got nothing for it. You weren't getting paid. You couldn't get a job. You're telling me that this happened and that happened and they were making money off of you. So how do you know that, you know, if they're always yelling at you and always mad at you for little things, they get just as mad at you as they did with your brother T when he did big things, and you get in trouble for little stuff when you're trying to be on good behavior, and this happened and that happened, and they're always yelling at you. They're like, how do you know these people even care about you actually? And aren't they just making money from you? You know, over the years, year after year, after my dad passed away, especially after the house fire, which they lied and tried to blame on me, there's been a lot of internal conflict between me and my family. And I didn't talk about it because it was our personal business, and also because I'd get in trouble. Now I'm willing to say a lot more because I'm free. But I still can't say much because if they find this video, it's going to cost me, you know. And it's going to be more and more hard for me to go back and get my stuff that I left there, you know. And I'm scared already to go back there. I'm scared of these people. I have to go there with like the police or something one day to go in with me. I have to get a U-Haul and find someone who can drive because they never taught me or let me learn how to drive. My adopted mom was like, I'm scared to let my kids drive because I'm scared they're gonna wreck. Ask your brother. And my brother was like, get the green tech, get the green tech. You know, he was playing Fortnite, you know, like, I don't know how to explain it, but there was just, I know how they are, you know, stuff works a certain way. And I just know these people well enough that I kind of know how they react to things, what they'll say if I ask them certain things, and I know what it's like in there. You know, one time my brother A got really mad when he used to be dating a girl that was his girlfriend he's not with anymore. And he got in an argument with my mom. They had to hide the girl's cat because my adopted cat in the closet so she doesn't kill the cat. And my brother A was arguing with my mom and had me go in his room, and we were locked in the room with him. And he told me something. He was so mad at my adopted mom. He said something he wouldn't have said, and I bet he regrets saying it. But he basically said, when my dad passed away, he had lots of money, because he worked for CSX as an engineer. He drove trains and stuff, and he made a lot of money from working hard. He had money that was meant for all of us. And allegedly, my adopted mom used all the money for herself, getting her nails painted and doing stuff. Allegedly, maybe. Just doing stuff like that. It didn't go to us. And when my brother Anthony was a kid and wanted shoes and stuff and nice things, like designer shoes that costed hundreds of dollars, she would buy him the nice shoes. But he was just a kid, and what he didn't know was that the money she's using to buy these shoes, she says she uses it for him when she's buying him nice stuff, but it should be money spent for his future, like to get him into college and stuff. So she has this money, and she's tracking it, and she's basically like, yeah, see, I gave the money that was owed to my son to get him stuff he wanted. But when he grows out of those shoes and they don't fit him no more, he's got all these shoes, and, you know, like, and he doesn't have any of the money anymore. She spent it all. It's all gone. And she's like, the money that was owed to you already went to you. and I don't know how much was owed to me, but I must have not seen too much of it. I got nice stuff, they got me stuff, but not as much as the grandbabies, my nieces and nephews. Most of the stuff my adopted mom got for kids went to my nieces and nephews, her grandchildren. I didn't see much stuff at all. And I never said anything about it out loud until after I ran away. I told a few people I trust. This is the first time I say it in any way that it's public and actually can get out there. But at this point, it's 3 hours into a live video that no one's watching. This is either going to be dug up by historians, if I get even more famous, enough people want to write an autobiography, or probably no one's ever going to find this. I hope one day historians could use this video, and people investigate these injustices and look into it. But allegedly, when he got mad and told me that stuff, he said that my mom caused a house fire and was going to try and blame me or my brother T and to get away with it. And she did it to get insurance and to get money off of it or benefits somehow from the insurance company. And that's why we were able to afford for nearly a year living by the beach on Lake Erie. But after time, the money ran out and she couldn't afford it, so that's why we moved to the ghetto in Lorain, Ohio. See? That's what I was told. I don't know if he just said it because he was mad, or if it was something he actually knew that was true, that was going on. And he couldn't say it because he didn't want to rat out on her, because he loved her and it's his mom, and only when he get mad did he tell me this. But after that, everyone just stopped. We never mentioned it again. It was as if he never told me that, and I bet they all forgot that I was told that. But, anyways, now, when I ran away, I stayed with my friends, and the first thing we did was go straight to the police station after I loaded all my bags of heavy stuff, everything I could possibly salvage. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough. I left a lot of things that have sentimental value, and I hope I can get them back one day, but I'm scared to go back. I can't do it alone. But we got all my stuff packed up into my friend's truck, and me and my buddy, my fellow Qarsherskiyan brother, may God bless him, he knows the truth. Wachati forever. If you're watching this, thank you for saving me. You got my life on track, and you helped me to finally break free of those chains and to be an adult. But y'all, the first thing we did when we got my stuff into the truck and me in his truck is he drove me down to the police station in Fayetteville, North Carolina. We basically told the police, hey, it's me, I'm Brennan White, I'm about to be 20 years old, I'm a grown man, and I'm voluntarily leaving my home. I didn't get kidnapped, I'm not missing, no one needs to look for me. I do not want my family to know where I am, I don't want to see them. I'm running away from them and running from home, I'm not a minor, and I've ID'd myself, and I'm not missing. If anyone says I'm missing, I'm not. I answered all the questions they had. I collaborated. So the cops knew where I was at. That's the first thing we did. We went straight downtown to the police department. Then we went back to his parents' house. I met the parents of my friends, and they showed me my room, and I started unpacking my stuff. And I stayed there for a month, till I went to the camp in Appalachia, and I tried to find Qarsherskiyan folks up that way. And I met a lot of Christian folks from the One True God movement that kind of broke off from the official SDA church. I learned all about their theology, and I joined their sermons and listened to them, and I learned a lot. But, anyways, yeah, so when I went to the police station and told them that, there was this guy, I don't remember if he was like he knew the mayor of Fayetteville. He was like a police chief or a very influential figure in the city. I don't remember his name. If I try to think for a while, I will, but you guys will leave the live stream, because I'll be sitting here quiet for a minute trying to think. You'll get bored and leave. And so, but I remember he was well dressed, he was tall, he was a black American, he had a nice beard that was well groomed, he was very nice and friendly and charismatic person. He was well known, like a politician would be. He was either like the police chief or the guy in charge of some program for homeless people in Fayetteville to get free food and clothes or something like that. And he took me to this restaurant a short walk from the police station called Pan, and he bought me a sub and stuff. He told me, here's some programs that are available to you that will help you get employment. Or if you end up homeless and things don't work out, you can go here to get food. But he kept pushing me, saying, you're probably not ready yet. You're going to end up homeless. You need to go back to your family. I would recommend just going back there for a little bit, wait it out a while before you take any drastic measures and run. But I was already made up my mind. I had ran away and been gone a few hours. And at this point, even if I snuck back and went in the house, my brother would know I was gone. I'd talk to the police. I was sure they'd figure out I at least ran out and that my stuff was missing. And how do I sneak it back in? Like, it's too late. I was past the point of no return. Even if I could hide the fact that I was going to run away, I'd be in even more trouble than I already was for sneaking out and going God knows where. Even if they didn't have to talk to the police or find out what my plans were and what I was going to do, I would be in big trouble, and I already was in trouble, remember. I wasn't allowed to leave, not even to go in the yard. I had to stay indoors and watch my adopted mom's dad and take care of him all day and be in trouble. And it can only get worse than that. They would take my phone or something. Then I'd be even more trapped in that situation I was trying to get out of. It was past the point of no return, and I was 100% sure I was not going back. If I could do anything legally, I told him, if I can do anything legally to not go back, I'll do that. Unless it's the law, and you guys find a way to make me go back because you have to, or it's illegal, I will not go back. And he was like, listen, it's probably not a good idea, you gotta go back. Because he was worried about me, and he didn't know the situation. I couldn't explain it to him and articulate forever. And, you know, I just talk a lot like I have on this live stream. He'd certainly interrupt with questions or have to cut me off every now and then. It would just get nowhere. There wasn't enough time. He was a busy person. He was a well-known, respected figure in the city, and he probably had places to be, jobs to do. It just wasn't like that. And I kept telling him, look, I don't want to see my family right now. I don't want to go back there. I am leaving. I'm not going back. And I don't want them to know I'm here. And then this guy comes to me when I was talking to him. He says, I'll be right back. You stay here. And he goes around the corner when we're standing by a brick building. He comes back. He walks up to me. He says, your mom's here. You want to go see her? Let's go talk to her. I told him, what? Why is my mom here? What? And he was like, calm down. Listen, we're going to get through this together, alright, buddy? I'm like, alright. Why is my mom here? Because my mom went to work. My brother A was asleep, and he'll sleep until like 1 or 2. It depends. He doesn't have a consistent sleeping schedule. But around that time, that was the time when he would be up late at night playing the game, trying to make money from fans, you know, the hustle, you gotta respect that. And he wouldn't get up until like what, at earliest 12, probably 1 or 2 p.m. He wouldn't be up at 10 or 11 a.m. That would just be uncharacteristic of him. I had already helped my adopted mom's dad get down the stairs. I made him breakfast and stuff. I took the last of my things packed up that I didn't manage to sneak out, and I used my secret way to sneak it out. I got all my stuff consolidated. I put in a truck and went to the police station. That guy was downstairs watching golf. He had his medicine, he was eating his food, he had everything he needed. I left a note saying his name and that it was for him. So if he forgot because of Alzheimer's or amnesia or whatever he had, he'd be like, oh yeah, that's for me. He knew his name and he knew how to read. He wasn't like that out of it. And he had lots of lucid moments most of the time. It wasn't late stage stuff yet for him. So he was all set. I made sure I took care of him so he didn't get up and fall down the stairs. I knew it was still my responsibility, even if I didn't believe that was right and I didn't think it should have to be. And then I took off and I ran once I got him settled. My brother A, there was nothing that should wake him up at that point. Because that man didn't need any help, and he wasn't going to fall down the stairs and get hurt. And he was in his room asleep. The man, he was just chilling on the couch watching TV. And he could sit there all day. He had food and water and coffee, his meds ready and everything. He knew what to do. He knew his name and he saw the note and he was good. And if he needed help, he'd yell for help and then my brother would wake up. But he shouldn't. He didn't need help. There was no way he would, because I made sure I had him set up good right before I finally took off. the next day after I originally wanted to run, September 9th. And I ran and I took off. And so I was like, why is my mom at the police station? She's supposed to be at work. The police, meaning well, and not realizing everything that they should have known, or just called her and be like, yeah, your son Brennan, we have him here, he's okay. He's not missing, he's at the police station. But I don't think there's any reason they should do that, because I'm an adult and she didn't report me missing yet or looking for me. There was no way, I'm sure there's no way for her to know I was gone. There was no way I could be captured on camera, on the roof or a window or anything, right? They didn't know I was gone. I know the setup of my house, I know the camera, I know who was there, I know where my mom was, their sleeping schedules. Just trust me on this, I know the situation I was in better than anyone else who wasn't in it. She should not have, that early in the day, been already realizing I was gone. She was at work and she don't get off work till night. There was no way my brother could wake up and realize I was gone. If he woke up and left his room to, use the restroom, and then he saw my adopted mom's dead, sitting on the couch watching TV with the meds and me gone, he would just be like, okay, so Brennan got up and made him the meds and went back to his room. And he wouldn't do anything. He would go back to his room and play the game. Even if he woke up unusually early, for no reason, completely uncharacteristic out of him, and was losing sleep and got up, which if you know my brother A, he doesn't lose sleep and get up. If he tells you, wake me up at tomorrow at this time, you gotta try to wake him up like an hour earlier. You go knock on his door, you shake him, you try and get him awake, and he's like, I'm up. You're like, okay, you leave, you come back and he's asleep again. You gotta do that over and over. Only my adopted mom, I don't know what she did, she could get him up if she really tried. And he'd be like, I'm so tired, and he'd be all grouchy and sleepy. This guy, once he was asleep, he was asleep. He wasn't gonna get up until he had had a full sleep, at least a full 8 hours needed, a healthy, normal sleep. He could stay up late all night on video games, but eventually he'd have to go to sleep, and when he did, he was out. And his sleeping schedule had changed and shifted randomly over the months and years, but around that time especially, he wasn't getting up until afternoon. It was still morning, it wasn't even noon yet. There was no way he should be awake, and even if he was, there was no way he wouldn't think that I was just in my room, because I left my door closed, and that's what I'd be doing all the time. I'd be in my room. He'd just think, okay, so Brennan got this guy up, set his stuff up, but he didn't stay and watch him. He just went up to his room. But he wouldn't do anything about it. I know him. He would have just went back to his room. I'm sure he wasn't awake yet until my mom called him and woke him up and said, Brennan's gone. But how could she know it worked? Because the cops told her. And I don't know why. They shouldn't have done that, because I made it clear I ran away from them, and I didn't want to be around them. And they didn't know the whole situation to know exactly why. They just knew that it was legal, and they couldn't stop me, and I was just letting them know I'm not missing. If they do their jobs, they should have just been like, okay, well, put this note down or whatever we gotta do, so that if anyone reports you missing, we'll let them know you are here and that you're not missing. I don't know why they would have to call my mom, because I wasn't a minor, I was an adult. But I'm guessing they called her and said, look, your son's okay, we have him here at the police station. And she left work still wearing her scrubs. She left a nursing home and went to the police station. So that guy came back from around the corner after he'd been gone for a minute and told me, wait here. He's like, your mom's here. That's why I freaked out, and I was like, why is she here? Why is she here? She's not supposed to be here. Why did you tell her to come here? Who told her to come here? And I was gonna crash out. See, he calmed me down. He was good with his de-escalation tactics, and he knew how to do his job. He wanted me to go talk to her. I didn't want to. She was yelling my name, Brennan, Brennan. And I knew in public she might act like all distraught, like she's worried about me or whatever. But if I went home with her, I'd be in deep trouble. I'd lose my phone, and they'd be like, why'd you go to the police? Why you get in the police? Why'd you run away? And I would be in so much trouble. If I wasn't past the point of no return before, that was way past the point of no return then. So I heard her voice and I went to get away. I was like, I don't want to talk to her. Please, like, I told you don't have her bring her to me. He said, this is a public sidewalk and she's not in custody or detained. So, like, I'm sorry, but, like, I can't tell her to stay there. I can't keep her back. You know, she's not threatening to hurt you. You're not in danger. I can't keep her away from you. So I said, well, I'm not in custody or detained either, right? Yeah, you're free to go if you want. I took off running. He's coming, Brennan, Brennan. My mom's coming, Brennan. And I just acted like I couldn't hear him. I started walking down the sidewalk, and I was like, my heart was pounding, and I was scared. My stomach was hurting, because I was scared. If they make me go back home somehow or get me back home, I'm cooked. And it will be a lot harder the next time I ever try to run away. Because now they know I'm trying to, and they'll try and stop me. I don't know, they've done it to my brother T before. I'm sure my adopted mom would try and lock me in my room. And my brother A always sides with my mom, no matter what. It doesn't matter if she says the sky is green and there's flying Dumbo elephants outside. If I argue with her or disagree with her, my brother A comes at me. He's like, stop arguing, do what you're told and listen to her. Which, yes, you should respect and obey your parents, but I'm telling you guys, the most insane things where he had to know I was right. He knew. I tell him, Anthony, or I tell him, I tell my brother, you know that what she's saying isn't true. You know that's not correct. You know I'm correct. I look at him and tell him, you know. He like, listen to mother. Don't disagree with her. And yeah, you should respect your mother and stuff, but if you knew the stuff that was going on, which I'm not going to get into, you guys would have agreed that I was the one being really reasonable. He always sided with her no matter what. If she decided to lock me in my room and take my phone, there's no one to stick up for me. My friend is not going to come there and help me. He can't. He'll get attacked or trespassed or something. I was cooked. So as soon as he said, I have the right to leave, I turn around, I start walking. Now he and my mom's coming. Brennan, Brennan. But I don't have to answer the officer man or my mom. There's no law against him, not in custody, I'm not detained. I go, I walk around the corner, I'm out, I run. I run. I run across several streets, I run down alleyways, I turn, I get around buildings so they can't find me or see me. I'm zigzagging through cars and parking lots, I got adrenaline, my heart's beating, I'm scared, and I'm sprinting, and I don't look back until I get at least a quarter-mile away behind a dumpster on the other side of a building, across several streets of busy cars. I ran out in front of the cars, doing the math in my head, like that car is over there, traveling at that speed, so if I run this fast and I'm careful not to trip, I'll get across the road before the car hits me, and I'll slip in between the traffic waiting at the red light and stuff, and I was gone. And I called my friend who brought me to the police station. He didn't even know my mom was there yet. He didn't know what was going on. He came out, he saw this woman who he figured was my mom out there, saying like, my son Brennan, I gotta find him. And she didn't know who my friend was, the other Qarsherskiyan dude, my friend who saved me. And she didn't know who he was or what he looked like, or that I had a friend, or how I got there. She could have thought I walked to the police station, because she knows I'll walk 14 miles a day. I'll walk till my legs feel like jello, drink water, and sleep that night when I get home. The next morning I'll go out and walk again, and I'll walk far. So, Tokay to Fayetteville Police Department isn't that far. We lived in the neighborhoods north of Tokay, and all I had to do was walk out my door to the end of our road, like a house or two down, and it ended in a hammer shape with a cul-de-sac to the right and a cul-de-sac to the left at the end of my road. I'd go left, there was an empty wooded lot. I'd disappear in a tree line. There was a cliff with a little trail that the local Qarsherskiyan kids use. It's part of the Qarsherskiyan trade routes, a network of public trails and trails on property owned by Qarsherskiyan people, and unofficial bushwhacked trails made by Qarsherskiyan people in various public parks that are all connected, and using greenways and bike trails and ferries and water trails and canoe routes. You can get anywhere in the eastern USA, almost, using the Qarsherskiyan trade routes. And it's not something Like a lot of it is trails only we use. They're just Qarsherskiyan kids bushwhack on wooded property that they own, like a wooded lot in the middle of the countryside, or an unofficial trail made at a park, but they link up with the public trail system, bike routes and pedestrian bridges and stuff. And some of it's water, so you need to take a ferry or have your own kayak. But it's a functional system. Yes, it is real, it's not a myth. The Qarsherskiyan trade routes exist. But no, it's not really like a secret system of tunnels that only Qarsherskiyan people know about. A lot of it is really just the biking and walking routes of the USA that everyone uses, and connections made between them. Because Qarsherskiyan folks who own land in strategic locations would allow people to make a trail going through their property so they can roll wagons. And back in the day, some, not all, some Qarsherskiyan folks used it to like traffic weed and drugs and stuff and get around the authorities. And they could disappear into swamps and woodlands and stuff if anyone was on their tail. But mainly it was just used just to connect communities and stuff. You know, especially during times of segregation and racial profiling, it helps for local kids to have a secret route to go meet their friends, where they can stay away from the streets and the sidewalks and the public eye, and be back in the woods and hang out. And the cops can't discriminate against them, back in Jim Crow era or something. So you've probably heard the lore of the Qarsherskiyan trade routes. There's an ounce of truth to every story. It is kind of real, but it might not be what you think. I know about them, and I've been on parts of it. In Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina, and other states. But let me tell you, I could walk down this cliff, down a switchback trail down the old river bluff, cross the train tracks and walk down them a while, cut across to the Cape Fear River Trail, and take that all the way down to Cape Fear Botanical Gardens, and walk the streets into downtown. There was a trail that connected with the Cape Fear River Trail that takes you through the Cross Creek Cemetery. There's a trail into Cross Creek Cemetery that connects the two cemeteries that are on either side of the highway. There's a pedestrian bridge that goes along Cross Creek underneath the highway bridge. When you get to the cemetery on the other side, you come out and you walk a few streets down corners, you pass the big fountain, and then you're in the middle of downtown Fayetteville. The police station's just a few blocks away, a short few-minute walk. So I could walk from way up in the northern suburbs of Fayetteville, north of Tokay, and use the Cape Fear River Trail mostly to get way down to the police station in only an hour or two on foot. Not running, just walking down there with heavy backpack. But yeah, so I hid. I called my friend. They found out my mom was in what happened. And they were like, "Are you sure the police don't want you? You ran away?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm not in custody. They said it's okay, but I did run because I didn't want to interact with my mom because, you know, she's going to try and get me to go back home. And, you know, after I ran away and she's mad at me, I didn't want to, like, face her and stuff. She just left work and stuff. She was on the job and she left. So she can't be happy, you know." And she said, "I want to talk to you. I have something to tell you." And I didn't want her to know I could hear her, so I ran away. I wasn't ready for that. And I wasn't expecting her to be there. That was not part of the plan. So my friend picks me up. We sneak back to the police station. We don't see her around. We don't see all the cops around. Everyone's gone. We go there, and I stay in the car. He goes in, because, you know, my adoptive mom doesn't know him or what he looks like. And he goes in as a spy. And I guess she's right there next to him. She's whispering, like, "Hey, do we still need to be here for the kid, the guy who ran away? Is it good for us to go?" And one behind the desk is kind of like, "Oh yeah, you mean Brennan?" And thankfully, my adopted mom didn't hear that. My friend said, you know, when she said that, like, I was scared that your mom was gonna look and be like, you know, that you helped my son, and then, you know, it was gonna get bad or ugly or something would happen. And make a big scene in the police station. Not good. But thankfully, you know, my adopted mom was just talking to the officers and didn't notice. And yet she was like, "Yeah, you're good to go. You guys aren't wanted. You're not, you know, under arrest or anything. You didn't do anything wrong. You're not in custody." So we left. That's when I met his parents, and I told them lots of stuff. We connected with each other. We exchanged knowledge and information. I told them lots of things that I did growing up in the Qarsherskiyan community. They showed me lots of organic and healthy stuff and how to eat healthy. My friend's dad was really into permaculture and aquaculture and stuff, just like me. So we were able to connect over that. And I was surprised he knew about that. But he should have been. Chadi forever, you know what I mean? If my friend sees this, they'll get that inside joke reference. But yeah, so after that, I was staying there for a while. Then we went to the camp in the autumn. I think it was in like late September. We went for like a week or maybe even 10 days in the Appalachian Mountains. No, it wasn't 10 days. It was like a week. I think it was Sunday to Sunday. Astaghfirullah, sorry. But yeah. So after we got back from the camp, we went back to my friend's house. And the plan was after the camp I'd go on, but I still hadn't organized for me to go out of their house yet. So they let me stay from like September 29, I think it was, after we were at the camp for like a week, all the way until October 9th. On October 9th, I got my plane ticket and I flew out of there. And ever since, I've been traveling all over the eastern USA for many different states, all over the Mezoravand, the homeland of Qarsherskiyan people. I've got to see many of my friends and family and relatives, and even introduced to some of my relatives that I didn't really know before, which is great. And that's why I'm here today. So, yeah, it's a pretty big summary of my life and stuff. I had to go to many schools. I went to Monroe Elementary School, which is near Canaan Middle School. That's in like the Plain City area. I went to Fairbanks Elementary School. I went to London Elementary and Fairhaven Preschool in London, Ohio. I went to London Middle School at some back when one of the times I moved back to London. I thought I would, but never got to go to London High School because of the house fire. After that, we ended up, they sold the house. And finally, we stopped that pattern of moving back to London. Each time we moved, we'd move back to the same house. After the house fire, they sold it and it got renovated, as I mentioned earlier about them cutting down the trees and stuff. I went to a school in Sandusky, Ohio, after we left a hotel that I was staying in for like as much as like 4 or 5 months. It was like from as early as maybe March, maybe it was April, but we stayed there until like June. And then when I moved up north to the beach house, they had me going to a school all the way in Sandusky when I was living just east of Beulah Beach along the coast, right? They took me to a school in Sandusky, which was like under the same administration as the school in Columbus I went to, the school for special needs kids, where we used those currency called kroners to buy cool gifts and stuff, because the founder of the school is like Swedish or Danish or something. But I think it was called Hogland, like a Haugland. There's a lot of nice folks there, but I was already ahead of all the stuff they was teaching me there. It was a bit behind from the curriculum. They told me stuff I already knew. It was really a school for special needs kids, and well, I've been like diagnosed with ADHD and stuff. I really didn't need to be there, you know what I mean? But yeah, so I ended up going to Lorraine High School in Lorraine. One time I got in trouble because I said the word jihad, and they thought that meant terrorism and ISIS and blowing things up. So I had to explain what the true meaning of jihad is, and how 1 in 7 people on earth are Muslims, and all Muslims have jihads that we deal with in our life. It's just a struggle for being good at righteousness. Brushing your teeth every day is jihad. It's jihad, it's your hygiene, it's your struggle to keep clean and take care of the body that God gave you, right? I said something, I was talking to a friend, and I said jihad. One of the teachers heard me. They started saying I was making terrorist threats, and I got in trouble. I kept trying to explain what jihad means, and that I don't support ISIS or Al-Qaeda or anything like that ever. Never have, never will. They took me to the principal's office. They called my mom off work. And like any time she's called off work, she's not happy. That's part of why I knew she wouldn't be happy the time I saw at the police department when I ran away a few months ago. So like when I went there, I tried to talk some sense into the teachers, but they wouldn't listen and hear me out. They're just like, jihad equals terrorism. Muslim is terrorist. You are in trouble. Conveniently, when my mom comes to pick me up, someone comes in the office, hands a note, says, he wrote this. I'm like, what? There's a paper I don't recognize. It's a folded piece of paper, and I look at it, and I'm thinking immediately, no, I didn't write that note. I haven't seen that piece of paper before. What's that? And it's the handwriting of a kid who always picked on me and bullied me. And it's his handwriting, and it's not my handwriting at all. It's really sloppy. That bully kid, I don't want to respect him. I'm not ashamed to be rude to say their handwriting was sloppy and mine was better. That kid who bullied me, it was their handwriting. It said, let's bomb the White House until it's black. And I got in trouble. And they tried to say, so you want to do jihad and you want to put a black person in the White House, and that's evil terrorism. The teachers are like losing their mind because they were so ignorant and racist, and they thought I wrote that letter now. That just makes it worse. And so I, after that, could never go back to Lorraine High School. They ended up having me do school online and stuff. When I moved to Newport News, Virginia, I went to Woodside High School. We moved on New Year's Day. On the first day of 2022, we were unloading boxes, and a couple of days later, a day or two later, we were all settled in Newport News, Virginia. It took until early February, maybe February 6th or 9th, before they got me into the school. They applied as soon as I came down, but for some reason it took me a while to get into the school. This is the first time I actually really think about it now that I'm older, and I wonder if it's because of that whole jihad nonsense from Lorraine. And I wonder if they had documents mentioning that, and maybe that's why they had a similar attitude. Because when I went to Woodside High School in Newport News, Virginia, I was only there for 2 or 3 school days. 5 days total, but 2 of those days was a weekend when I didn't have school. So it was after I'd been there 5 days, but attending school in person 3 days, if you see what I'm saying. I got in that morning, I went to my first period teachers, Miss Lane, lovely woman. She believed in me and never gave up on me after all the years. I graduated from your Woodside High School despite all odds, and you'll hear why that is surprising later. And Miss Lane never gave up on me. If you know Miss Lane from Woodside High School, she's one of the good teachers there. Again, like many schools, there's teachers who believed in me, and there's teachers who didn't understand me, and they had short temper with me, and they got mad at me, and they always had to see me as the worst thing ever. But when I was at Woodside High School, on my 3rd day that I attended this school, and the 5th day after the school started, just 2 of those days was a weekend, I went in there that morning to Miss Lane's class. I go on my computer, and I guess when we moved to Newport News, we went to the dollar store to get milk and groceries. I saw these colorful fizzies I'm sure many of y'all are familiar with, called bath bombs. You put them in the bathtub. There's essential oils that I guess is good for your skin. Usually women use it, but anyone can use it, and they're called bath bombs. I saw them at the dollar store, and I didn't really know what they were or how they worked, but I knew that it wasn't a bomb to kill people. It's just a bath bomb, right? Y'all know what that is? Google it. Well, maybe don't if you're at school or work, because guess what happened to me? I Googled, what is a bath bomb, and started watching YouTube videos about people putting bath fizzies in bathtubs. And some security guards came in and put on gloves and took me to a room and went for my bag with gloves on, as if I had coronavirus or something. And I was scared they was going to feel me up and touch me, because they were searching my stuff and they put on gloves, but thankfully they didn't. And they were looking for my bags. They seemed surprised that they couldn't find weapons and stuff, and I was like, what is going on? And I got in trouble for looking up what is a bath bomb, because it has the word bomb in it. So for a whole year, I had to do school online. Just like when I was in Lorraine, I couldn't go in person anymore. I had to do school online. Isn't that crazy? I wonder if the teachers had preconceived notions about what kind of person I was. I wonder what records they had to transfer. I wonder if there's a way for me to request my school records and see what all my teachers said about me behind my back. But, yeah, so for a whole year, I couldn't go to Woodside High School in person. Then when I did, I was there for a few months, right? Then came, like, October 9th, I think it was, 2023. It was the day in early October 2023, and my birthday was going to be coming up, right? October 12th. Except here's the problem, y'all. I couldn't go to my birthday and celebrate it on the 12th because my adoptive mom had work that day. So we was going to celebrate it a few days early on the weekend. I think it was either a Friday or it might have been a Thursday, but we didn't have school that Friday. Keep in mind, this is like October 9th, I'm pretty sure it was. October 9th, 2023. Everyone at Woodside High School knew about my religious beliefs, and that comes with stigma and stereotypes. Guess what happened like a couple days before that, on October 7th, 2023, that was in the news all over the USA. Hamas, Hamas, Israel, Hamas, Palestine, oh no. Remember the fake news where they tried to say Hamas like decapitated babies, and then it got debunked, and there were no babies, and no babies got decapitated, and the people who claimed that admitted it was fake news, but it was too late, and the news media all around the world were saying the terrible Muslims decapitated babies. There was all kinds of fake news and Islamophobia. Since October 7th, 2023, Islamophobia and anti-Semitism have just skyrocketed. I don't know what it's like for the Jews. The Zionist Jews are making all the Jews look horrible right now. But that's not what this video is about. But for people like me, you know, we were getting stereotyped too, and there was all kinds of Islamophobia. And it was too late. I didn't know October 7 was going to happen and that I should hide my beliefs. Everyone at Woodside High School knew who I was. And what I believed, I mean. Right? So, a couple days after the October 7 event happened, it's like a Thursday and we don't have Friday at school. We got Friday off, so it's going to be a 3-day weekend. Or it was a Friday and it was about to be the weekend. I can't remember which one of those was the case. But it was about to be the weekend, and I was going to celebrate my birthday. I was excited, right? Now, I had an art table, and I had to sit with 3 girls, and there were 4 seats at the table, 3 girls, and I was the only dude there, right? And I didn't really look at them or talk to them. I just kept my head down, did my art, and ignored them. They'd talk amongst themselves, and I'd overhear their conversations. Didn't want to be nosy, but they were right there. They didn't seem to care that I was there because I never really talked to them much and I just ignored them. And so they just probably didn't think I could hear them even though I was right next to them. They would talk about everything, unfortunately, you know. Like, they talked about girl stuff that I didn't want to hear, you know. But one day, they were over there talking at the table this day when it's about to be the weekend. I'm about to have my birthday, a couple days after October 7th. And, you know, I was pretty excited because I thought decolonization is underway, you know. I already knew a lot of the news about decapitated babies was fake news. I don't condone terrorism or support Hamas, but I was just excited because decolonization is underway. That's just my belief. You don't have to agree with it. That's not what this video is even about. But, you know, and my birthday was coming up, so I was pretty excited, right? And then, out of nowhere, these 3 girls are talking like, yeah, during our last class, last period, somebody was like, some dude came back after asking the teacher to go to the restroom, and he went to the restroom. Some boy came back, and he said that there was threats to shoot up the school written in the stalls and upstairs C Hall. And for any of you watching this who've been at Woodside High School, you'll understand that when I was in the art room, the count room, and downstairs C Hall, our room is directly outside the bathroom. And the staircase is also outside our room. And the upstairs C Hall bathroom is directly above the downstairs C Hall bathroom. So I asked the art teacher to go to the bathroom, but instead of going next door, I go up the stairs and then go right next door. So it just takes going up the stairs. That's only how much longer it took me to get to the upstairs Sea Hall boys' bathroom. And I go in there and I look in the stalls, and it looks like someone tried to wipe the marker away, but they didn't do a good job, and you could still see it. It must have been permanent. And they said something like, I'm going to shoot up Woodside High School, and Demby is next. They spelled it D-E-M-B-I instead of D-E-N-B-I-G-H. And it, M, not N, M, like mop or mozzarella. They spelled it Demby. And it was like the worst handwriting ever. Just like that one bully who tried to make it look like I threatened to attack the White House, and the teachers thought I was capable of doing that, supposedly. And so, ironically, history is repeating itself with me again, because I don't think much of it. I go downstairs and I tell those girls, yeah, I just went up and checked, it's in there. And when I was in the restroom, I went in the restroom and used it, and I read it in the stall. Then I come out of the stall and I washed my hands. Some other guys saw me going and they're looking around. They're like, what are you doing? So I explained to them what the girls downstairs said, how I heard it, how I came to check, and then I just left. And they're like, alright, cool, bro. And I just left, I get on the bus and I go home because art class was 8th period or something. 8th or 7th. It was the last class of the day. And it was nearly the end of art. And I went in the restroom just in time because in the last 10 minutes of class, the teachers wouldn't allow us to leave to use the restroom during the last 10 minutes. Because at that point, we might as well just wait until in between class or after dismissal if it's the end of the day. So I came right in the right time to go see it myself and see if it was a room or not. I came down. I was like, hey, I heard you guys talking about this. Yep, it's true. It's there. That was the first time I ever really talked to them except like, oh yeah, here's the paintbrush, sure, thank you. Or yeah, sure, I'll pass you the cup of water. And I actually told them that I saw it and stuff. That was also like one of the last times I talked to them. I didn't think nothing of it because we still had school the next day on Monday. Not the next day, but like on Monday after the weekend break. No one really said anything else about it. I was riding the bus home with my friend, one of my Qarsherskiyan buddies, Lee Pasha. I was riding the bus home with him. I told him, yeah, I went in the bathroom and I saw that. There were threats there. He was like, what? That's crazy, dude. Only at Woodside. This school has too many fights and stuff. And so we go home on the bus. I go home. It's a normal rest of my day. Have fun outside. I'm like, my birthday's coming up soon. We're going to have fun. Alhamdulillah, I go to sleep that night and I wake up. And the first thing I notice when I wake up is the sky is blue outside. And if you guys know my beliefs and are familiar with it, you know that's not good. I'm like, darn it, I slept in. It's after sunrise. I missed Fajr. Astaghfirullah. I'm kind of mad. Not anyone but myself. But I'm kind of mad. Like, dang it, I slept in. I can't believe it. I'm upset. But only with myself, not with anyone else. But then I have to turn my attention to why I woke up. Because I woke up because of a voice. It's my adopted mom. She was standing at the foot of my bed. She was like, Brennan, there's some people here to see you. And I thought, okay, it's my birthday. Like, relatives come over. Maybe my adopted brother T came over. Because remember, he got kind of like left. Almost like he was kind of kicked out of the house. I hadn't really seen him much in person for years. So I thought it's a surprise. And he had come over maybe. Or one of my friends, like my best buddy Jaden from London, Ohio. When I'd been living in Newport News, Virginia for so long. But no, guys. No, of course it wasn't nothing good. Every time I'm excited and have nothing bad coming up, and I'm happy and looking forwards to the future, that's always when something bad would have to happen to me. You guys should know this by now. So I come downstairs and it's the police. And I answer every question they ask me honestly. I tell them everything I know. I don't know who did it, so I'm not even snitching because I don't know who did it. I can't say. So I don't feel bad at all that I collaborated with the cops, and I told them everything. And I was honest. I had nothing to hide. They said, we'll come back if we have any more questions or like info for you. And I never seen them again. Come to find out, right after that, they caught the kid who made the threats. Some white kid, but he was a minor. Because they were like 17 or something, when I asked the teachers, do you know who did it? One of my teachers, Miss Reagan, who I did Zoom meeting with because I wasn't allowed to go back to school after that. The school knew I didn't do it and they cleared my name, but they wouldn't let me attend in person. Not because I was in trouble, but because of my safety. Because people online were posting on Instagram saying that I was the school shooter and I made the threat. Keep in mind, remember, when I went in there to check and see what it said, those guys were in there and asked me what I was doing, and I told them. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Or if they just blamed a Muslim kid because October 7th just happened. I don't know. That's a part of it too, because people were commenting on Instagram saying I looked like a terrorist. Whatever that means. Do I look terrifying, guys? You know, it's terrifying. Look at all these freckles. What the hell? Looks like a landmine on my face. It's gonna explode. That's terrorism right there. All jokes aside, these people were fed up and angry, and people wanted to beat me up. One guy did punch me. He was on video and confronted me. He was like, my nephew goes to that school. I was like, yeah, I still do. I'm still enrolled. I still go there. The guy who did it is caught. I was never expelled. You know, you can call the school and ask them if Brennan White did it or not. He wouldn't listen. He was like, my nephew goes to that school, and he recorded me. Just write to school. Why did you write the N-word? Why do you threaten to shoot people? I was like, I didn't do that. That wasn't me. The guy who did it got caught. I'm not caught. I'm not in jail. I'm right here, staying in front of you at the park. Because I'm a free man. I'm not in trouble. I didn't do it. That's why. This man punched me in the face and the nose. But it didn't hurt. It didn't make me bleed. It was like he swung, and then right before he hit, he slows down. But he didn't know it. It looks like he just punched and hit me. And he's filming it. And to this day, I don't know if he was just really weak or if he just wanted to look tough on video. If he felt bad for me and could tell I was scared and on the verge of tears, like telling him I didn't do nothing, just please leave me alone. Because he was threatening me and trying to fight me. He kept yelling, coming close. And remember, I can only outrun people once they get in the woods or something. And I only fight people if my life is in danger and if I have to, or else I'll die or get kidnapped. At that point, he wasn't trying to kill me, and I wasn't in the woods, so I couldn't outrun him. I just couldn't bring myself to fight him or hurt him, because, you know, he wasn't going to kill me, and I just couldn't do it, you know. And I was trying to de-escalate it. But he did that, and it didn't hurt. I didn't bleed, it didn't bruise, it didn't hurt at all. So I wonder if he just wanted to look tough, if he felt bad for me, wasn't actually trying to hurt me, if he kind of could tell that I wasn't the type of person to threaten a school by the way I was talking and backing up and trying to de-escalate this situation and insisting I'm innocent. You know, maybe, I don't know. I still don't know why, but it didn't hurt. And after that, I would see that guy in my neighborhood every now and then, and I'd be scared and like try and run away from him or something. You know, I had to do Zoom meeting. I couldn't go to school in person because people wanted to beat me up. It was Newport News, Virginia, guys. Those people don't play around. Those are some tough people who've been for a lot, and they know how to fight if they feel like they have to. You know, half the population in Newport News is black folks, right? That was at my school, Woodside High School. You don't mess with people like this from this place. If they think that you've wanted to shoot up their school, that's a good reason for them to want to hurt you. And I was not in a good position. I didn't have much people on my side. But my buddy Lee, you know, people like that, I had some good friends who knew I was innocent the whole time and stuck up for me. And they, for months, kept talking about it and how I'm innocent and how people are just racists saying I'm a terrorist and that, you know, the person who wrote the N-word in a swastika and a pentagram threatened to shoot the school. How is that an Islamically motivated terrorist attack, you know? And how does that prove that I did it, you know? They just kept trying to push out the truth. And because of that, after a few months, most people at Woodside High School figured out I was innocent. And the fact that, you know, I was still posting videos of walking around in the neighborhood. And, you know, people who had me on, like, Google Classes or whatever it's called, even though I couldn't go in person, I was doing my assignments online, so they knew I couldn't get expelled. And I was mad at the teachers. I wanted to go to school in person. And I kept telling them, why can't you just release an announcement saying that you caught the guy who did it and they won't be coming to Woodside, and let me come to Woodside. And when people question me or confront me, I'll just tell them, I didn't do it, they caught the guy who did it. I'm still here. People blame me, but I didn't do it. I kept telling the school, just make an announcement, say I didn't do it. If it's so hard to say that Brennan didn't threaten Woodside, just say the person who did got caught. You don't even gotta say their name. Because when I had Zoom with Miss McFarland, one of those teachers who believed in me and didn't give up on me, was telling me what my assignments are, teaching me and showing me where to find them, and making sure I got my work done online. She's part of the reason why I graduated Woodside, despite all odds. You know? And instead of, being set back, she managed to have me keep up. When I went to school in person, I raced and I was getting my work a bit ahead, something I learned to do at the Hogland schools. When I was online, I couldn't really work ahead too much, but she kept me up. And when I started falling behind, because we could only do work 2 hours a day for Zoom meetings, it was 2 hours every day right after school. Where I was getting behind, running out of time, she pushed me and motivated me and helped me out so I could do the work, and I caught up. And that's why I was able to graduate Woodside. A big part of it's that. People like Miss McFarland in London is one story that people have. But like people like, Miss Reagan. Did I accidentally say Miss McFarland? I'm mixing it up. Miss McFarland is someone in London, one of the teachers that didn't really have good relationships with. The teachers in Newport News, people who took care of me, was like my coach, my homeroom teacher, Miss Lane, the teacher who helped me on Zoom, Miss Reagan. They helped me. Those are people who motivate me. It was Miss Reagan who did Zoom. Miss McFarland wasn't her name. Miss McFarland was someone from London, Ohio. Sorry if I confused y'all, but yeah, she helped me catch up. After a few months, this happened in early October, I think it was like February maybe, March, they let me go back to Woodside High School in early 2024. So I started attending Woodside High School in person again. And people kept coming up to me and be like, aren't you the kid who threatened to shoot up the school and wrote the N-word and this and that? And I'd be like, nope, I didn't do it. The guy who did it is caught and expelled. They can't come back here. I'm still here. What happened. And I was getting tired of it. But my friend Lee and some other friends like Savion and Carlos, they stuck by my side and knew I was innocent the whole time. And people like them were spreading the truth. So people were kind of aware that I was innocent. That word was getting around. People like, I heard Brennan was actually innocent, didn't do it. Is that true? Then I showed up in person again. Finally, the school let me go back. Anytime people came up to me like, aren't you the school shooter kid? I just repeat myself over and over and explain to so many people what happened. And each time they're like, oh, okay. And then they leave me be. But I was tired of repeating myself over and over and over and over. But I just kept doing it and dealt with it because what was more important to me was my reputation, even if I was exhausted. I kept repeating the whole long story about what happened. And eventually, the vast majority of kids who heard about it at Woodside High School knew I was innocent. Me and my friends was putting this out like an advertisement, spreading the word, making posters, posting on social media, making people share stories and trying to pay them to do it. And we made sure so many people heard this that people who forgot that there was a school shooting threat and never knew who I was or that I was accused of doing it knew that I was innocent and didn't do it. And we're hearing, yeah, that kid named Brennan got blamed for it, but he didn't actually do it. And I'm like, wow, I didn't know he got blamed for it. I think I've seen him once, but it's been a while. Now he's back again. That's how much we were putting out word. People who didn't even know the rumors started hearing the truth, and that's a good sign, I guess. But I didn't get beat up or touched. Other than that one guy at the park who punched me in the face or nose and it didn't even hurt, and he was filming me. I never got into any kind of fight in my life because I never had to. Pretty much after the time I threw that chair at that teacher and missed, thankfully, I became a different person. My teachers and parents raised me well, and it's sure I changed my ways, learned how to deal with anger management and all. And now I'm a completely different person. You know, sometime when I was in middle school in London, Ohio, I was sitting on a bus and I had a friend who is kind of a friend but not really. They sat in the seat in front of me by the window, and I sat in the seat behind them by the window. There's a little space between the edge of the seat and the window where I could reach up and tap on their shoulder. I didn't ever meet this person's name, but kind of for several days in a row, every time I sat in the same seat one time, riding the bus home from school, I'd see that guy and talk to him. It was nice. So one day, I started tapping on their shoulder, trying to talk to them, and they weren't answering, and I didn't know why, because that person had been nice to me before and never bothered me, you know? I kept tapping on their shoulder, trying to get their attention, and they weren't answering. I thought that was unusual, weird of them. You know, we'd talk every day for days. I thought this was my friend, kind of, even though I'd never asked their name or really met them yet like that. You know, I kept tapping on their shoulder. They stood up, and they grabbed me, and they was like gonna punch me. They started hitting me like, and it didn't even hurt. See, I just did that to myself, and I'm fine. It didn't even hurt. I don't know. I got a hard head or something. But they was like trying to hit me like a cat. And I just was like, you know, to be completely honest, I feel bad about doing this. I shouldn't have. I was younger. I was a kid. I didn't know better. Even though he didn't hurt me, I tried to act hurt and start crying and stuff. And I started shouting, making noise to make him stop hitting me. Because I was scared he was going to start hitting me harder or get me on the ground or something. And he wasn't trying to kill me or kidnap me. I didn't have to fight this guy. I didn't have the adrenaline to do it. I didn't feel like I needed to. I thought I could still escape this situation. I always tried to escape fights first, and mainly I just don't get into fights. I don't disrespect people or anything. People just don't get mad at me and want to fight me. That's the way I never got into a fight in my life before, really. But that guy started hitting me and stuff. And the bus driver had to like stop the bus when we finally got to our stop. Nobody steps in to help me. I was yelling, telling people, this guy's hitting me, why is he hitting me? Help and stuff. You know, even though I wasn't really hurt, I was crying in tears. And then I got off the bus and I got in trouble, and the bus driver said I couldn't get on the bus. And he said that I grabbed his hoodie, the back of his hoodie, and was choking him. Pulling on the back of his hoodie. He tried to say that. There's cameras on the bus, and I did not do that. So I got off the bus, and I came in the front door of my room crying. You best believe my brother A and me wanted to know what had happened to me and who did that when I explained what happened. My adopted mom, my brother, wanted to know who did it. I didn't know his name. I hadn't seen his face much. He had a hoodie on. I couldn't really describe what he looked like. He was a male, he was white, and he was on the bus. That's all I could really get out. Like, I don't know how to describe him. He just looked like every other person in London, Ohio. It's just, there's a lot of white dudes there who can wear hoodies and sit on the bus. I didn't know what grade he was in. Didn't have a class with him. As I said, I didn't know his name. They said, if you see him again, you point to him. But I wasn't, like, allowed on the bus for when I was in trouble. So my mom went to the school and said, release the footage. They said, we can't release the footage for the privacy of the students on the bus. And she was like, well, why do you guys have cameras if you can't use them? You guys are saying my son choked this man and grabbed his hoodie. He doesn't do that. That's not like him. Why would he do that then? What makes him do that? Show me the footage. They said, we can't show you the footage for the privacy of the kids on the bus. We're not allowed to do that. The Department of Transportation, a bigga baga baba. And so she just didn't believe it, of course. Not because she was my mother, by adoption or otherwise. Not because she was my mother. Because, you know, she usually doesn't take my side. You know, there's been time where a flock of geese fly out the window at a class with a teacher who's trying to teach us evolution. And I tell her, look, just like you said, ma'am, there's a flock of dinosaurs flying out the window. Birds are dinosaurs. They'd be like, detention. It didn't matter if I didn't interrupt class and everyone was playing video games and it was free time. She didn't like that I said that because it was a bit sarcastic. Me personally, I didn't really believe in evolution then. So I was teasing her, like, oh, look, there's a flock of dinosaurs. That's what you think are dinosaurs, like you said? Detention. The other kids are getting into fist fights, vaping in the bathroom, and talking about sexually harassing little girls. And nothing happens to them. But when me or any of the other black and mixed kids did anything small, the teacher got mad. That teacher sent us to detention. We had to walk across the street and go to London High School and go into this guy's office in the high school and sit there and do math problems all day. And he'd watch us to make sure we don't take a break and quit. We had to do them all day, and our arms would hurt, and we couldn't write with the pencil anymore because our arms hurt. He told us we had to keep writing. And I'd get sent there over and over for little stuff. This guy was pretty serious and no-nonsense kind of teacher, but he kept reading the reasons why I was getting sent there, and he just got to know me and see what kind of kid I was. And he was looking at me next to his other kids, and he kind of realized, this boy isn't even doing anything. Why is he here? And after that, he kind of warmed up to me. I kept getting sent to detention, and I didn't like it only because I was getting in trouble at home when my family, my adopted mom, kept finding I was going to detention. She wouldn't listen to me. I'd just be in trouble because you went to detention. So, the adults don't lie. You did something wrong. One time one of the teachers said my hair looked like a bird's nest, and I needed to straighten it or cut it off because having hair like this is inappropriate. And I said that that's texturist and racist. Detention. And then I go home and I tell my mom what happened. She's like, no, that class. So you must have yelled the word disruptive. Adults don't lie and send kids to detention for no reason. You did something and now you're in trouble, and I get grounded at home. So believe me, she did not defend me and do everything I did. She wasn't one of those parents who's like, my son would never do that. It's not like that. It's not like that stereotype. She wouldn't have my back like that just because I'm her kid. She didn't believe nothing I said over an adult. But because she knew me so well, when they tried to claim I grabbed the kid by the hoodie and tried to choke him, they did not believe that. They wanted to see footage. And for some reason, the teachers had every excuse in the world that they could not show the footage. They have it, they reviewed it, and they didn't see what happened, whatever that means. How do you review the footage of the camera pointing at me that shows me and review it and not see what you're looking at, And they say, well, we don't have him on camera choking him, but by watching the video, we believe he was choking him. But we can't show you the video, but you just gotta trust us, And no one believed that, People at school were shocked even. They were like, yo, did you hear that Brennan choked that one guy on the bus? And everyone was like, no, Brennan doesn't do that. We all know Brennan. That's no way. Even if he did do that, something must have had to happen and to make him do that. He must have been scared for his life or something. Even some of the same kids who I went to kindergarten with, and they remembered when I threw the chair, I changed so much in them. And these people knew me. It wasn't a big town. Today there's 12,000 people. There wasn't even 10,000 people when I left that town, I'm pretty sure. And there was probably even less way back then when I was living in a town in middle school. It's a town that keeps growing. And even today it's still a pretty small city or kind of a largish or small town. London, Ohio. All these kids I went to school with knew me. They knew me, and I knew them. We all knew each other. Some of them were rude and treated me cruelly. Some of them were my best buddies. But we all knew each other, you know what I mean? And, yeah, so that's just the way things are. They couldn't believe that I would choke someone, especially not just randomly for no reason, riding the bus, and then just starts choking a dude in front of you just 'cause. It just didn't add up. It didn't make any sense. So for once, they didn't believe the teachers, and they would listen to me and let me tell them what happened. And they were mad because they really wanted to see the footage. And I was like, yeah, go ask them to watch the camera. they did, and they're like, we can't show you the camera. Like, they come home and tell me what happened. I'm like, what? Why can't they show the camera? That's ridiculous. Like, I know, right? Because, like, why have cameras if you're not even allowed to review them? But, you know, so that's how it was growing up. People who know me well about how I am, they just kind of know some things about me, I guess. But, yeah, so by, like, 2020, I reconnected with the Qarsherskiyan community. That's when I found the deen. I began to follow my beliefs. I stopped eating pork. I even more wanted to make sure that I never ever do drugs or alcohol. And I start praying to God. I learned how to recite the 5 daily prayers. I memorized the verses and everything I have to say. إِيَّاكَ نَعْبُدُ وَإِيَّاكَ نَسْتَعِينُ. Everything else. I learned how to make wudu. I learned haram, halal, makruh. And over the years, I start learning more and more. I start getting into fiqh. And I learn about Ibadi, Sunni, Shia, Tawasuf or Sufi, everything, the Ahmadi, the Qur'ani, all of this stuff that I know today. And I became the person who I am today. I graduated Woodside High School. I had a few good friends who knew me well and stood by my side the whole time I was there. And they knew who I was. If a rumor spread about me, they silenced it and put the truth out and screamed the truth louder. When rumors spread about them, I stood up for them. One of my friends, I won't say who, was like 16, and there was a girl who was 13 about to be 14, and she lied and told him she was 15, and they were dating online. However that works or what that means, not my business. They're of a different faith. They're allowed to do that. We don't judge them, and, we don't give non-Muslims Sharia law. They don't even know or understand the law. We don't judge them by it. He was dating someone, yes, and he wasn't married to them. And yes, it was online and on person. But that's what he do. That's his business. That's between him and the creator. This person I won't name is a friend of mine, right? And they got in trouble at this school with some of the kids that were bullying them. Because I guess the girl told the truth that she was just about to be 14, so still 13, and he was just turned 16. So they're like 2 years apart. She lied to him, and he thought they were 1 year apart. And everyone was like, these guys are like 3 years apart. She's still in middle school, and he's in high school. They started calling him a pedo and stuff, which isn't true about my friend. He's not attracted to prepubescent minors. He was a minor. He's a teenager. He still is a minor. He still hasn't graduated. He's going to graduate in the next year or two. So I found out, and I got some of our friends together, and we stood up for my friend. We started posting about the truth and what really happened on our Instagram stories. And we even were willing to sacrifice our own image to stand up for him. People like, you're standing up for this pedo. And we just kept putting the truth out there louder than the rumors. So people saw it, and they realized what happened. We showed them all the evidence and proof. We had screenshots of the conversations that my friend had with the girl. We put everything up there. And so everyone at the school, they knew the truth. And then it was just a few annoying bullies who, even though they knew the truth, they kept picking on him and calling him the pedo kid just to mess with him. But me and my friends stood by one another, and I stood by him after they did that to him. Because he stood by me when everyone was calling me a school shooter. The kids at Woodside High School demonized our friend group. The Qarsherskiyan kids was getting hate from everyone. The white supremacist kids and these wannabe neo-Nazis with their armbands hated us because they was calling us the product of something they called evil race mixing, whatever that means. The black kids were hating us because we kept saying we wasn't light, but a lot of us were light-skinned sometimes. And they said, you guys aren't like us. You guys are light-skinned. You guys is white. Stop talking to us. Don't sit with us. A lot of the Qarsherskiyan kids at school, we had our own table we sat, and we were kind of pushed to ourselves. So we stood up for one another, and we were together. And we welcomed people from outside the community into our friend group. We were all good friends, and we all stood up for one another. People spread rumors and came after us, and an attack on one of us was an attack on all of us. And to this day, I still have many good friends, from many different schools I've been to. In Virginia, Ohio, many different cities in Ohio. People I went to school with in online schools. People I didn't go to school with, but I met doing collaboration work online, especially stuff for the Qarsherskiyan community. People I met in the last few months during my travels all over the Mezoravand, the part of Eastern North America that's our homeland. So, yeah. You know, that's how I got to where I am here today. Yeah, pretty much. I had some good friends. I had some teachers who believed in me. I had some friends and family who helped me get up on my feet and teach me how to be an adult. I have an adopted family that keeps asking me where I am, and I still haven't told them my location. I keep traveling and changing. I'm going for different states. But I don't want to have an interaction with them. It's going to be a mess. They're probably going to argue and yell at me. They're going to be mad. I'm scared to go back and get my stuff, like I said earlier. I gotta find someone I trust or a police escort. I can't even fully trust my brother T, because even though he got kicked out, and so he kind of went on his own way and been through a lot of what I've been through, learning how to do stuff and be an adult, getting money, getting a job. He's been through all that. And he's telling me, hey, you can trust me, you can tell me where you're at. I don't trust him, and I don't tell him where I'm at, because if he finds out and he tells my adopted family, they're gonna send someone down here. My sister A might come down here and try and pick me up or talk to me. She might come to the place where I'm staying and pull up here, and it's gonna cause an argument and a big scene, and I'm not going. All the neighbors are gonna know. It's just gonna ruin stuff. There's no reason to do it. If I go back there alone, they're gonna give me, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what's gonna happen if I show my face in front of them. They're still mad at me. They tried to say that I was crazy and tried to run away from home, and I called them out for it and put the truth out there. And so some of their friends and relatives got mad at them, saying, why don't you leave Brennan alone and let him go? He's an adult. And they got mad at them. So now they're mad at me for doing that too. And they think that it's slander against them, when they're the ones who tried to say I was schizophrenic and crazy and couldn't take care of myself, and expected me to know things that they wouldn't let me learn and wouldn't teach me, like how to drive. I'm learning how to do other things I should know how to do now, and I'm only able to because I'm on my own. They would never let me figure that out or do it. They wouldn't teach me that. So that's a 4-hour summary of my life. So in the future, if I become even more well-known than I am today I'm just kind of famous among some of the youth and young folks who are online from the Qarsherskiyan community. I've worked with so many other youth in the Qarsherskiyan community and put up so much of my own videos and content on my couple YouTube channels and on my Instagram page that when we Google Qarsherskiyan, photos of me pop up in the top 20 results, and I see some people I know and some of my friends, and videos of me pop up sometimes. Within a minute or two of scrolling, I easily find some of me, or photos of an event that I was like, oh, I was there at that event. There's me in the background, next to that dude. So, it's got to the point where I've become well known in the Qarsherskiyan community. I've been considered one of the youth leaders, different young people online posting and disseminating information and stuff, helping others reconnect, just like I did back in 2020. And so that's how I got to where I am today. That's my story. If I become even more well-known and more famous, and people want to write like an autobiography about me or something, then, well, they'll have this as a very good primary source for me myself. Because doing work with the Qarsherskiyan community, so my relatives and friends out there, I've seen people from outside the community try to rewrite our history and stuff, and try to deny things because, there's a lack of documentation of a lot of stuff, and you have to rely a lot on oral tradition. And for some secular historians and some white folks out there and these history people, these ethnographers, they don't want to cover our community or talk about us or do a report on us until they have stuff that doesn't exist. they want history textbooks and stuff detailing everything. And we don't have that. And that's the problem. We want them to make that. We would like for our people to be documented by anthropologists and our cultural traditions to be written down for future generation. So if there's another eugenics crusade or something else tries to tear apart and assimilate or erase our community, people can reconnect again, like we are now and like I did. We want information to be available. And if we're not going to get that from all these colleges and these ethnographer researchers, we're going to do it ourselves. We're going to post our stories online and talk about our stories, so when people Google Qarsherskiyan, they can find this. They can do research on it. That's what we've all been doing. And I've done a lot of collaboration with a lot of these content creators. That's what I'm known for today. And that's why it's so important to write your own story. And don't let people write your story for you. The story of the Qarsherskiyan people almost got erased and rewritten a little by some people who aren't from our community, outsiders. The Ged Jews, non-Qarsherskiyans. And my story has been attempted to be rewritten before. When people tried to picture me as someone who chokes people, or as a terrorist somehow capable of bombing the White House when I was like 14 or 15. People demonized me and hated me because of who I am, because of my beliefs, because of my ethnicity, because of my political stances and condemnation of the ongoing genocide, and other reasons. There's some people out there who aren't happy with everything I do and say or with who I am. There's people who tried to rewrite my story, my own personal story about me. And so I think I should share this information so the world can know. Investigate, dig and find what you will. All you'll find is people saying bad stuff about me, but there's no proof to it. Sometimes things don't have proof, but that doesn't mean it's untrue. We know this as a people who have relied a lot on oral history more than written documents. But some things you can just tell are real, you know? If you have people making a certain kind of food and they say they learned it from their grandparents, you go to their grandparents and they say they learned it from their grandparents, it's probably true, even if there's no recorded information about this recipe or information on where it came from. But if you have someone making an outrageous claim, like, I don't know, that I'm a terrorist, then you see me and I'm like, no guys, I'm not a terrorist. I don't support ISIS. I'm a Shia. ISIS wants to kill me. They call me an infidel. Why would I support people who want to kill me? Then at that point, there's a big burden on proof on the racist people calling me a terrorist to find any kind of evidence. And the person himself, me, I'm sitting here, and I can tell you what I think and I believe openly, even if it's controversial. And you won't find anything. So that's the thing. Don't let people try to paint you as a bad person or demonize you. Don't let other people rewrite your history and your story. Maybe one day if I'm lucky and I have grandkids or something, they'll find this boring 4.5-hour long live stream I did, and they'll learn a lot of interesting things and get a good insight into this part of history and this time frame and what it was like back now. I don't know, but document everything so things aren't lost and forgotten, or someone else is going to get control of your narrative and they're going to twist history to fit their agenda. Suddenly, I could be rewritten into history books as an evil terrorist. Someone spooky. With these dangerous freckles that explode, look at all these weapons of mass destruction. Fine. There's a weapon of mass destruction. There's another one. The more you look, the more you see more. I have weapons of mass destruction all over. Look at all these weapons of mass destruction all over my arm. All jokes aside, history is not written by the sword. The real victors is the pen. The pen is the most powerful weapon. Or perhaps nowadays the video camera. So, tell your story, guys. For anyone who sees this, Don't let anyone rewrite your history and your story and try to tell the world who you are. Especially if it's not true, you gotta stand up for yourself. You gotta stand on business. Thank you for watching, and as always, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ya Ali Maulai, Zindabad al-Qarsherskiyan.